general, what is it that a farm trip stands for? Familiarization trip. And then he will now make it more practical to the case of Burundi to show us how the farm trip that has been organized for Burundi is going to be, organized tomorrow, starting tomorrow, and what is it entails, and who are the people they would want to be part of that familiarization trip. Let me not take much of your time, and who would want to, you want to start? And we start by the youth factor in tourism sector. Thank you very much. Once again, panelists, if you want to talk, come here. That's what the technicians told me. So let us hear from Maurice. Maurice, quickly take us through straight to the point because we have to make it in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, so my presentation is not so long because it's just an overview of what we do in the youth sector, but also what we do in the culture and sports sector. And we shall just go through very quickly, and so that I set the ground for the rest of the discussions, first by panelists, but also through questions and answers. So, where do I point this? Here? There? Okay. So this is what Director has already gone through. It will be our session. This is just a summary of our session. Who is going to speak, and we hope that we can deliver in the little time we've been provided. And when it comes to youth, we have a mandate. So this is just a summary of the mandate, which we'll draw from the treaty establishing the East African Community. And through that mandate, we've developed a youth policy. And the youth policy guides the work we do within countries, but also at regional level. And we report to the sector council. So this is a council of ministers responsible for gender, youth, children, social protection, and community development. And we meet twice a year. And then there are other frameworks which guide youth engagement. We have, beyond the treaty, we have the consultative dialogue framework. This is a framework where youth who have formed civil society organizations, private sector organizations, businesses engage, and they come together at national level through private sector foundations, but also through civil society, NGO forums, and civil society organizations. There are those in local governments. We have those ones under employers. So we have the East African Employers Organization. We have trade unions, those who are under the trade unions confederations. So all these avenues that youth use to engage with the ESC. And yeah, so this is the treaty mandate I talked about earlier, where we are to cooperate in the field of social welfare especially. So beyond youth, but also issues of gender, education, culture and sports, health. So that's how we have organized our programming. And the question is, who is a youth? Because again, many times you've seen, even in fora, you find people who are young, but they are not youth actually. So we define, or the youth policy defines youth as people who are aged between 15 and 35. So those are youth in terms of services. They are supposed to be regarded as such. But we also have other definitions, including for young people. Young people, according to the UN, are people who are below 24. So youth includes children, those ones who are below 18 but above 15. And it includes also young people, those who are below 35. So this is the age bracket. This population has since grown with admission of the Democratic Republic of Congo in the ESC. So it's no longer 150, it must be way above. And the youth policy, which guides our engagement with youth, the whole purpose is to create an enabling environment, right from the national level to the regional level. And it was passed in 2014. We've been implementing it since then. It has these specific priority areas, and I've highlighted the ones in red, the ones which are mostly which focus on issues of tourism, of trade, of engagement, investment. And there are several projects and programs that have been developed from the priority areas. We have projects on decent work, under labor. We are discussing the exchange of young workers so that young workers can move and work within the different areas and the different partner states. So these are the areas where youth are engaged. In terms of the governance, this is the youth governance structure, right from the regional level, guided by ESC youth policy. We have the youth networks, again the sector council, but at national level, there are also structures, the ministries responsible for youth affairs, together with the ministries responsible for ESC affairs. We have national youth councils, I think in all partner states. Some are operational, some are not. We have youth forums under youth networks. We've heard of youth ambassadors. We have specific youth in different areas. For example, we have youth in agriculture, youth in trade, youth in business. So all of them come together and have those youth-led programs. So that is about youth. When it comes to culture, it's again the same. It falls under the Social Sectors Directorate. And here we have the objective of, again, enhancing social cohesion through cultural activities, languages, games. So, and again, the mandate, we get it from the treaty, especially Chapter 21, Article 119 and Article 137. And there is a lot that has happened under the culture department. First of all, you've heard of the ESC anthem. Probably if you had time, we would have played it, but it's very popular. And first of all, from its development up to its popularization, this has been led by the culture sector. So we work with the ministries of culture, the culture agencies under the different partner states to popularize the ESC anthem. You've heard some young people actually had developed an app where you download so that it comes as a ringtone. And when you download it from the Play Store, it comes as a ringtone. So some people actually have the ESC anthem as a ringtone. But we also go to schools and make sure that ESC anthem is sung and the flag raised. We have a project called the Raising the Flag Project, which goes in, we've started with secondary schools, but eventually we shall reach primary schools and universities. Then, as we mentioned yesterday, French and Kiswahili have been declared as official languages of the ESC, also together with English. So there are roadmaps. There are two roadmaps to popularize French and Kiswahili, together with the Kiswahili Commission, which is based in Zanzibar. We have joint programs on implementing the Kiswahili as a language in schools again, but also in public offices. And also to celebrate Kiswahili Days. So every 7th of July, we celebrate the World Kiswahili Day. And when it comes to the festivals, We've had so many festivals. The previous one was just last week, 2 weeks ago, which was here in Bujumbura. It's called the East African Culture and Arts Festival, Jama Fest. We've had 5 editions so far, and this does not come in isolation. There are other presentations festivals that build up to this regional festival. So all the festivals in music, dance, and drama that you see in schools are organized again with the ministries of culture to build up to the regional festival. What we want to do in terms of culture, we want to make sure that it's competitive, so that when people come, they present and compete and win prizes, but also include people from all the sectors. Because right now it's still limited to cultural groups, but we want to include schools and young people, so that they also come and present. Then we have the ESC games, which are also a culmination of several games. You've heard of Yala games. We have secondary school games, which have, for example, just concluded in Arusha. They were there last week, and we had more than, I think, 2,500 young people in Arusha. And all this also culminates in the ESC Games. The second edition, the first edition was held here in Burundi. The second edition will be held in Rwanda next year. So there are several opportunities under culture and sports, and we constantly work with organizations such as UNESCO and the African Union Commission to promote culture within the ESC. So I'll stop there and wait for questions and discussions, but these are the opportunities that we have in the sector of youth, education, culture, and sports. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another clap to Maurice. I say it in one statement: youth can exploit some opportunities given under culture, sport, and what else? Entertainment. So you saw this entertainment yesterday. I'm told the owner is a youth, is a member of the youth. And there was a tournament, or basketball tournament, that was supposed to take place during this expo, but it did not work out. But next time, for sure, this is something that we will definitely make sure it is there in whatever country we be. So that is the second one. And the third one, culture, there are traditional products under culture. But as there are new emerging trends that attempt to include new culture products. And these are issues that I think Boris has dwelled on. And let me not spoil his presentation and call upon the next presenter. And I want to call upon a youth. There is a youth here, Brice. It would be very nice if you follow the youth presentation and present to us so that you can show people that really youth can do it. Thank you.
Murakoze cyane banyakubahwa mwese mutaramiye ngaha. Nitwa Nyozima Bruce, turabakiye mu gihugu cyacu cyiza cy'u Burundi. Mumbabarire ngira mvuge mu kirimi cy'iwacu kugira duteze imbere n'indimi z'iwacu. Même sinzi yuko Igiswahili, Icongereza n'Igifaransa arizo ndimi officielles za EAC. So murakoze cyane. Hama ngira shimire cyane abanyakubaha duhaye iri teka ryo gushobora kupresenta mu majambo make kuko nazo nateguye ariko bampaye ico cubahiro so ngerageze nkuko mubona ndi ngaha serukira ishirahamwe ryitwa Visit Burundi ni ciyumviro twiyumviriye mu gushaka guteza imbere igihugu cacu mu gushaka kwerekana isura nziza igihugu cacu mu gushaka aussi k'aba jeune baronka ubuzi mu gushaka aussi que ibintu byose vyerekeye akaranga tradition byose biboneke vy'igihugu ciwacu hama nashaka gupresiza ko mu Burundi hariho type de tourisme zinshi hariho culturel hariho tourisme d'affaires nubwo itaratera imbere cyane hariho tourisme religieux hariho même na tourisme événementiel hariho tourisme sportif kiratera imbere nayo nyene buke bon ni zinshi ntovuga okay ni zinshi ntovuga mugabo nibaza ko ubunye igihugu cy'u Burundi kibo kiragerageza kuja kuri niveau y'ibindi bihugu icanye n'ivyo mu karere n'ibindi bi international kuko murabizi twari turi inyuma gato ariko ubunye biko biraza ikindi novuga nuko Visit Burundi maze gukora ibintu byinshi mu mwanya muto ku buryo dufise kuko turabaje biyunganije turavuga ati no reka natwebwe dushire ibendera ry'igihugu cacu mu bindi bihugu twerekane ko Burundi buhari ari bwiza ari gucuguza gutemberamo ari igihugu ushobora kuza gukora business kuko ni igihugu kiri vierge ni igihugu kiri vierge muri tourisme umuntu yoza akinvestisa umuntu hoza akabaho coopération y'ibihugu nawe ashobora kungukamo so rero twe twabonye ko turi nyuma tuvuga ati reka natwebwe dutere intambwe kuko ibintu byose ni buhoro buhoro so turavuga ati ntitwashatse kugerageza kwigereranya n'ibindi bihugu bimaze gukora indi ntambwe niniya muri tourisme so twabanje kwanza kugerageza kuraba intambamizi zihari kugira tourisme yo mu Burundi ntigire iterambere nk'ibindi bihugu ntabwo ushobora kwigereranya n'ibindi bihugu nivyo ariko bashobora kuraba ati quels sont les produits de niche ufise nigiki ufise abandi badafise hama ushobora guteza imbere hama ukaca exploiter so icambere na mbere twabanje kubona reka hansi y'igituma tourisme idatera imbere twamaze kubona yuko ata culture touristique yari hari nga mu Burundi so abarundi babwiye tourisme warusanga bigoye ntibatahura ivyo ari byo cha tuvuga ati reka tubanze kwanza tuzanye ikintu cyo kubanza gukundisha abarundi igihugu cabo baragikunda c'est vrai mugabo muri kazi ya tourisme umurundi wese agiye hanze il faut kamenya ko ari mu ambassadeur aho wese umurundi gusa aho ushatse kuvuga no mu bindi bihugu byose byo mu karere vya EAC cha tuvuga ati reka tubanze tugire promotion que ce soit cyane local it means tourisme intérieur hama et puis après je tugenda no muri tourisme régional tourisme intérieur twagize ce qu'on appelle une campagne de tourisme intérieur turagenda ku masite touristique turagerageza kugira une campagne médiatique turagira une campagne aussi sociaux ikintu gikomeye cyane ico cyatumye ugwaruka kuko abakuze biragoye umuntu afise 60 kuza kumubwira ngo atembere igihugu arinze ashikana 60 ataratembera biragoye mugabo twari tuzi ko audience yacu iteza kubaza gutangura kugwaruka so ugwaruka riko bamenya akamaro ka tourisme mu gihugu ntimwibagire yuko tourisme ni moteur de croissance de développement économique mu bihugu vyose nta gihugu na kimwe kigeze cyinvestisa muri tourisme hama ugihombe twaciye tubona yuko il faut ko tuhaguruka kugira natwe duteze imbere tourisme même si vyotwara imyaka myinshi ariko un jour ça va payer. Nivyo rero turatangura muri tourisme intérieur, ubu tugo turagerageza no kuri tourisme régional, où tumaze twagize ibakwe ryo guparticipa muri Kilifea muri Tanzania Arusha. Haraza abantu benshi baratangara bavuga ati Burundi, natwe turavuga ati nta kibazo, bizotinda bikunda muzoza kudutembera. Hanyuma twarahuye n'abantu benshi bari ndonga anye baradutemberera, même si je nashoboye kuhaba baraduhaye rapport kandi vyangenze neza. Kandi nibaza ko bose batanga bavuga ati muri Burundi c'est pas l'image tubona ku mamedia. So twaciye tubona ko dufise n'ikindi kibazo, so kuvuga yuko Burundi bijya tubona arivyo, kuko namwebwe nikimenyamenya mwahashitse mwavyiboneye. So yico ni ikintu cyo gukeza, kuko abantu benshi ntibabazi le vrai Burundi. Hanyuma ikindi novuga, turamaze guparticipa no mu mafoire muri Dubai Expo plus de 4 mois, ko twagiye ducerewe gato kumva statuvuyeko. Hama dernièrement novuga international twaparticipe muri Vancouver International Travel Expo, où twashoboye kwerekana uburundi bwacu kuri audience y'abantu baba muri Amerique du Nord, ce qui veut dire aba Canadiens n'abanyamerika. Kandi nibaza ko dufise n'ama projet yo gushobora guparticipa mu mafoire yandi tubifashijemo n'abantu dufata mu mugongo batahura igikorwa cy'iwacu tuko turakora. Shimira cyane na leta, shimira na ministère ya commerce et tourisme badushigikira mu bikorwa byacu, kandi turabishima cyane gose. Ngira kandi aussi mvuga yuko nari nshaka gusaba mfate aka kanya nsaba abantu bo muri abanyakubahwa bose bashoboye gushika mu vyubahiro vyabo bo muri EAC, saba yuko hobaho une coopération entre les pays cyane cyane muri tourisme. Peut-être ashobora kuba ariho coopération ya commerce ya trade, ariko ndashobora gusaba yuko no muri tourisme habaho échange des visiteurs, tukavugana ukungene twoshobora gukorana, nimba ari amategeko yo gutorwa bikabaho, ariko hakabaho échange. It means abanyarwanda bifuje kuza gutembera mu Burundi, hama hakabaho échange ku mupaka, tukabakira. Hari abatour operateur bakoragerageza kwiprofessionnaliza, kandi babishoboye bafise imodoka bashobora kubategura amasafari. So ni ikintu gikomeye cyane. Hama n'abarundi bashoboye kwera, ndibuka na jewe nakunda gutembera mu Rwanda, mugabo ubunye ndibaza ko ibibazo twagize nkika vyahize. So nibaza yuko hobaho iyo coopération, abaganda bashaka gutembera Burundi, ndabizi ko bo bukunda, fise n'abagenzi b'abaganda. Nibaza ko shaka no kuvuga yuko abaganda batwara Burundi kazi. So ni ikintu gikomeye cyane, ni ikintu gikomeye cyane. Urumva hariho échange ihahari, kandi si ikintu cy'ugusuzugura abatanzania uko nyene tugasangira, que ce soit mu vyekeye ubudandaji, mugabo aussi que ce soit mu vyekeye ivy'ingenzi ivyo gutembera. So urumva nico ni ikintu gikomeye nashaka gusaba abari ngaha banyakuba baserukiye ibihugu vy'iwabo, no kuri vraiment ico kintu tugikoreko, nimba ari amategeko, nimba ari inama yuko kugira bishobore kuja mu ngiro, tugikereye ko hama le tourisme icontribue muri développement économique ibihugu vyacu twese. Natwege abo mufise ivyo muturusha, munatwereka inzira, mutubwira ati mu bigenza gutya, kuko ngona yababwiye turacatangura, kandi turashaka ko abantu badufata mu mugongo tugakorana, hama ibihugu vyacu byose bigashobora gutera imbere muri iyo nzira. Bon, shatse kuvuga resume, nibindi byinshi novuga, ariko je nibaza yuko no bashimira cyane kubona mwashoboye gufata kanya mukanyumviriza. Hanyuma mwese banyakubahwa muri ngaha anye, murakoze cyane, muheza giko.
Amashimenshi kuri Maurice. I pick it from his last statement. He said we are East Africa and we are in the integration process. Why can't we ensure that from the youth perspective, we exchange visitors, we exchange guests that are coming to our countries across the borders, using our tour operators, using our tour guides, to ensure that they also go in other places, not only in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Rwanda, or in Uganda, or South Sudan. They also go to Burundi, and why not DRC? I hope you know DRC is a member, a full-fledged member of EAC, and it has to be part and parcel of anything that is being done in the EAC for the moment. Let me also, to ensure we make up time, we now move to conservation. Yeah, because everything that we talked about, youth cannot do all that. Even our partner said cannot do all that. If visitors, they don't have where to go. They have to visit a few things. Among of them, conservation areas, national parks, and all other tourism sites. Can I request now Mr. Dismas Mikila, an expert of climate change and the biodiversity management and conservation at East African Community, to take us through quickly about all those things, opportunities that he thinks the youth can have. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. You have said it well. Successful tourism development will much depend on the productivity and the stability of the environment and nature. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I wanted to reiterate from what we said, that the efficiency and the sustainable tourism development will much depend on the stability and the productivity of the environment. That's nature. Our tourism is natural source dependent. So the more our nature, our natural ecosystem are more stable, are more resilient to climate change impact, are more productive, the more our tourist attraction will generate more revenue, more employment, and support our livelihood. Okay, so I'll be presenting to you today the linkage between ecosystem and tourism development, and why we are promoting sustainable tourism development in a bid to address poverty, but also to contribute to regional socio-economic development. Hello? Can you? Yes, I gave to them. But I can talk. I can continue. I can continue speaking. If Simon, is there any problem? I can continue without waiting for a presentation, isn't it? Is it possible? Okay. So, I wanted to say, because my presentation is full loaded, I wanted to contribute from where my colleague ended, that EAC, East African Community, is now made up of 7 partner states, with recently admission of our brothers and sisters of Democratic Republic of Congo. Our population now is about 280 million. Okay, is among the 8 regional economic bloc falling under African Union, is the fastest growing economy, with average growth rate of 5.8 annual growth rate. So East Africa is among the fastest growing economy globally. Okay. Yes. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, to proceed. Okay. As I said, the region is blessed, is endowed with a remarkable wide variety of ecosystem that support our the wealth of biological diversity, and the mixing among plants, birds, and mammal. When you look at our nature, our ecosystem, which is surrounding us, we have animals, mammal, vertebrates, plants, which form the huge attraction. In fact, that's a source of wonders, and is among the reasons why people plan to travel from far along the world to come and enjoy the nature, the beauty provided by our natural environment. Okay, the ecosystem are vital for people livelihood. Our community in the urban, they depend on the ecosystem. Look at the water. We are taking water, the water. This is a product from the ecosystem. Look at this, the fuel wood, the medicinal, okay, the air we are breathing, okay, the rain we are getting is attributed to the functioning of the ecosystem. The climate is the home is getting hot due to the impact imposed by human being on the ecosystem. Okay, look, the fuel wood, okay, the productivity of agriculture is dependent on the function of productive ecosystem, because the pollination service offered by insect in our natural environment are crucial for fruit and crop setting, which is very relevant for the yield. So even our tourism industry is depending on the ecosystem. Look at the major tourism attraction in the region. Starting from Rwanda, look at the volcanic national park, okay, the mountain gorilla, where people are coming to visit Rwanda. They go to the ecosystem, go look for Serengeti National Park. The farmers, the migration, wildebeest migration is ecosystem. Okay, you also go to the Mombasa and the coastal side of the East Africa. People traveling from far, from all over the world to come to see the coral reef, but also the beautiful beaches along the coast. All these are the ecosystem. Okay, what I'm next. You see, this and this one I'm trying to show you among the test ecosystem we are having in the region. You can see we have Rwelu, Mugesera, and the Kagera complex between Burundi, Rwanda, and Tanzania. We have urban lift forestry. Okay, we have northern savanna. We have great East African plain. All these are the huge, among the huge mega biodiversity hotspots in the world, abiding a wealth of plants, animal, and some of them, most of them, are only endemic, cannot be found anywhere. They are found in those particular environment. Okay, we made to do some economic evaluation to articulate when to come to monetary value of this ecosystem. How much are they generating? How much are they contributing to our regional economy? For example, the Great East African Plains, okay, is apart from providing ecosystem service like soil erosion control, water flow regulation, and crop pollination, which is valued about $3.8 billion US. They store a carbon of about 707 megatons of carbon. This is monetary. That's also they provide cultural services, nature tourism in the amount of about 1.2 billion. So the total contribution, the monetary value of this Great East African plain is about $6.5 billion US. When you look for Rwelu, Mugosela, and the Kagera wetlands, okay, the ecosystem service provided by this valuable ecosystem is been estimated at $0.7 billion with 8.2 carbon storage and the $50.2 billion. The total value of this is $64.4 billion at the time of the estimate. So it's very huge ecosystem to our regional growth, and also to support our sustainable socio-economic development. But despite of this of the importance, our ecosystem have been threatened, affected by several factors which are undermining their productivity. The moderator said the issue of problem of climate change, we threaten to change the types and the conditions of the ecosystem. Because with the climate change, there's the danger that some wetland might be converted to grassland, and some forest, okay, might be converted to woodland because of the change of the functionality of the key factor, which are crucial to sustain the living the creature which embodied in. We have encroachment. Okay, encroachment, especially human being. Our population keep on increasing. Okay, we keep on increasing on number, but now we tend to expand our farming, our area, looking for area for grazing, but also human settlement at the expense of the system, converting forestry to agriculture, wetland which are source of water to the farmland, and also this one also came to detriment in the future to our livelihood. Pollution, okay, pollution from both household, but also from industrial, also affecting the stability of the ecosystem, because once we have a polluted environment, it won't be productive. You tend to kill many other small microorganisms which are crucial for key ecosystem functionality. We have a problem of invasive species infestation, but also we have illegal logging and poaching. Okay, now our brothers from DRC have joined the community. The issue of they are going to in our future integration, we are going to devise mechanism and how effectively we can ensure that there's a sustainable logging operation in the Congo Basin. But poaching is another problem which is affecting our ecosystem, and the unsustainable tourism, I should say. Even tourism, if it's done not in a manner which is not sustainable, will also affect our ecotourism, our nature. Because if we have so many tourists visiting that particular area with exceeding the carrying capacity, is also apart from getting revenue, but it's become a threat on it due to several factors which I'm going to share with you. Number of factors I'm going to share with you later on. So, as I said, our tourism is ecosystem dependent. Apart from that, the fact that tourism is among the major export revenue for our country, creating employment, both direct and indirect employment, and also a way of increasing our interaction and information exchange apart between us and the coming tourists. But the need for it to be done in a sustainable manner. When tourism is done in a manner which is more sustainable, when you have a responsible plan and manage tourism, you attain the following. You support job creation, you increase job creation, but also promote inclusive social integration. Okay? You will protect natural and cultural heritage and conserve biodiversity. Okay? But also you generate sustainable livelihood and improve human well-being. Because we believe that when you do something with sustainable tourism, it's tourism which is done with focusing on generating more economic development and social development with adequate attention to the nature, that environment. That's why it's sustainable. And once it's sustainable, even as the community living adjacent to those tourist attraction sites will be getting much more benefit from it. But if it's done in a manner which is not sustainable, okay, in a manner it's not unavoidably, what will be the consequence? You will be having proliferation of the invasive species, because when tourists come, because there's no mechanism of control, they can come, they carry up some seeds or some flower or other material and the genetic resource from far. When these genetic resources, they tend to establish and become an invasive species and change the ecology of our area. And that's the threat. Biodiversity loss emanating from unaggregated sport and tourism marketing. And you know that tourism, there are many modes of tourism. Sport or tourist hunting is among the tourist mode of tourism. But if sport hunting is not regulated, or sport fishing or tourism fishing is not regulated, it can have devastating impact to the environment, similar to poaching. So we need to make sure that we have a mechanism to ensure that sport hunting or tourism hunting or sport fishing is appropriately or regulated so that to reduce its impact to the environment, but also to ensure that we are getting enough revenue or benefit out of it. Source of wild or bushfire. You know, some tourists, the way they come, they smoke a lot, they tend to some cooking and other thing in our area. If measures are not done, this smoke or fire tend to erupt from that particular tourism activity and severely affecting the nature of environment, killing biodiversity, but also changing the entire landscape of that particular ecosystem. And then we have pollution. What I'm saying then, pollution is very huge. Waste generating by the tourists coming, but also waste generation by hotel and the lodge accommodation facility, okay, which if not properly managed. We have noise pollution. Okay, we have some people in the course of visiting the area. Some animals are very, very sensitive, like rhino. They don't need disturbance, especially during breeding season. So the noise which are related from tourism can somehow also have impact to the ecosystem. So we need also sorts of pollution, soil pollution, water pollution, and noise pollution should also be considered when you are planning our sustainable mode of tourism. This is a photo I'm showing. Okay, is in one of the coastal area. You can see the tourist people enjoying along the beach. Okay, you can get a picture how much revenue have been generated by having those people in that particular environment. So much money, isn't it? But what will be the consequence on environment from that particular scenario? How much waste being generated? How much impact to the nature? Okay. And what about the earth of the people themselves, among themselves? So those things need to be also considered. So when we are saying about we need to plan for sustainable mode of tourism, we should also consider that, okay, we allow tourism people coming, but without exceeding the carrying capacity of the environment. Okay, so that our environment, we are protecting the environment, so we can continue to provide the needed good and service to serve the present need of the present generation. Also, the future people and generation continue to benefit from this treasure we are currently being enjoying. Look at this, the polluted nature, elephant struggling. Okay, in one of the area in the region, this is AEC. I'm going to say why. In the area, every polluted. You can imagine what are the consequences of pollution in that particular environment. Look at the way vegetation are failing to establish themselves. Look at consider the impact to the soil, impact to the water body, and the impact including not only impact to the elephant but also to human being. Because these are same water we are also going to share. Okay, if they are polluted, it will affect the animal, but also to affect the human being, because for it that is a cycle. Okay, look, elephant struggling with a plastic material, and below it we have a facility disposing wastewater from nearby lodge. Okay, wastewater. We are not sure that whether those water have been treated or not. So they are being taken to the natural to the ecosystem. What will be the consequence of that one? Okay, in terms of the future ecosystem. So those things need to be taken into consideration so that we ensure that while we are developing tourism, while we are maximizing benefit, we should also be sure that our nature are protected so that it continue providing the need, good and service for the future. Now, what are we recommending now? We are recommending partner state, of course, in line with the ESC, partner state to develop and implement inclusive, sustainable, and gender-responsive tourism development and the marketing strategy. Because what we do now is to make sure that we can have a tourism mode which is sustainable. It can be sustainable, but have to be gender-responsive. Okay, because we are advocating gender because women and youth, children, are the one bear the brunt of marginalization and also being left out when it comes to decision regarding on the benefits sharing modality for the value of ecosystem. My brother from the gender department can explain further on this one. But once we are advocating for gender inclusive, but also so that at least those people, those community who bear the brunt of the conservation effort, they feel the much benefit from the service which are being provided by the nature. Okay? 3 minutes, I'm finalizing. Okay? We are also proposing to execute a framework for cooperation with equitable distribution of benefit. Now I'm glad that now DRC has joined the community. We'll soon be visiting DRC to see what they have at the national level and how best you can collaborate in line with the ESC framework to develop sustainable conservation but equitable benefit sharing mechanism, and especially on nature. They are very rich in forestry. This should be beneficial for the community of the DRC, but also beneficial for the region. We are encouraging, promoting ecotourism and other sustainable tourism model known in the region. Ecotourism is a tourism which is based on nature. Okay, sustainable tourism and is eco-sustainable. Not all sustainable tourism are eco, but ecological friendly and sustainable planned tourism mode should be promoted in a bid to protect nature and maximize revenue, but also ensure that our nature productivity is taken into is safeguarded. Now, the last one, which is a big meat on it. We have been talking issue of environmental impact assessment, environmental social impact assessment, land use plan, and resource zone management plan. This thing should be used to guide investment decision, investment and management decision. Why I'm saying this? If someone wants to come and to build an accommodation facility, or a lodge, or hotel, or to establish a camp, okay, in one of the nature, environmental impact assessment should be done to establish what are the possible environmental consequences of that investment, how the benefit community will benefit from it, and what is the mechanism to mitigate the possible impact, environmental impact, which will be resulting from investment. The same from land use plan. Our investment plan, the portfolio should be guided by stellar investment plans to avoid the conflict among competing land user. The same for resource management plan. If someone going to do sport hunting or photograph viewing or other thing, our resource zone management plan in our ecosystem, in the national park, should be able to guide the decision. So, and should be able to adhere the existing mechanism or tools which have been developed in a bid to protect and safeguard the nature and the environment. Thank you very much. I appreciate you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dismas Mikira. Another big round of applause, please, for him. Wow. Now from Maurice to Brice to Dismas. So we have opportunities, we have products, and everything has to be done from the nature. And we have to make sure that every act that we are doing, we make it sustainable and environmental friendly. I think, Eduardo, you have a big task now to show us how the familiarization trip is carried out in a complying with all those that, Dismas has just said. I like the picture he showed. Having some model of tourism that allow for sustainability, but also for environmental friendly, enjoyment, entertainment, tourism. That flow of tourism there, that crowd of tourism, I was asking one of my colleagues, are you part of those people who are there? And he just smiled. But we can be part of that crowd. You can imagine, you need a lot of things. Fresh air. Of course, the water has to, to be treated friendly. Anyway, let me not preempt what you are going to say and hear from you. What is it that Burundi is offering, and how is Burundi is trying its best, actually, her best, to ensure that this model of tourism preconized by this mass are very well applied and respected, and they will take us to sustainable actions. And again, in the second component of our presentation, now you explain to us how we'll be going tomorrow and who is going to be part of that. Thank you very much. You have just a few minutes. I know this is not something that we take too long, so that we can give time to the audience to ask questions. Thank you. Maybe you may, after you finish, you may sit here, so that we balance. Do you have a present? No. Thank you.
Maybe I'm not going to show how Burundi is dealing with the planning tourism plans, but I'm telling you that now the squeeze time is over. I want you to bring you to a farm trip, to relax. No more schedules, no more. You have to be happy. Of course, I will tell you that we will do responsible tourism, which is the basis of sustainable tourism. So I'm not sure in the technique. Okay, first I want to show you a video which shows the main Burundi tourism attractions. Then I will go through the itineraries, which are actually 2, including the World Tourism Day. So I call upon the technique if they can show the video, the small video.
In the beating heart of Africa lies Burundi. Boasting a mild climate, Burundi offers its visitors a rich variety of attractions. Its legendary Lake Tanganyika, its splendid bird lakes, its mountains and valleys, wild savannas, and enigmatic forests. This is captivating Burundi, the heart of Africa, land of sacred drums, and a haven for authentic African cultures. Bujumbura, Burundi's capital city, an ideal destination for relaxation. Take a stroll along the shores of Lake Tanganyika and savor the beauty of the coast. Just steps from the hotels lies a beautiful golf course, and equestrian trails offer an escape right in the city. Basket weaving, sculpture, arts and craft markets, also in the heart of the city. Bujumbura showcases Burundi's many artistic talents. Just 15 minutes from downtown, do not miss the Rusizi Natural Reserve with its unique landscapes. Amusingly, the hippos in the Rusizi Delta enjoy not only the tender caress of water, but also the company of thousands of birds. A true inland sea, the legendary Lake Tanganyika offers a place to escape and dream. The shimmering surface is an ever-changing tableau, bursting with color at sunset. while pristine beaches invite relaxation. Continuing your journey, the scenery changes with every turn. From mountain to valley, to lush greenery and quaint village, this land of 1,001 hills will not fail to impress you with its contrasts. In the north, perched at 1,420 meters, Lake Guinda, also called the Lake of Birds, generously lavishes its natural treasures and invites you to explore it. Kibera, the land of the famous chimpanzees. There's nothing quite like immersing yourself in the exceptional ecosystem this park offers. Chimpanzees, towering ancient sun-dappled trees, astonishing waterfalls, and the sources of Burundi's great rivers await you. Welcome to the Northeast and the National Park of Urugu, the largest protected ecosystem in the country with over 50,000 hectares. Located in the last remaining untouched wilderness, this unique park is inhabited by a variety of wildlife. Buffalo, antelope, monkeys, and hippo all share this peaceful territory. Southeast, discover a unique geological structure, the Fault of Nyakazu, also known as the German Fault. Since the dawn of time, Burundians have celebrated life, the arts, sacred drums, and traditional dances reflect an immense cultural wealth and the promise of an unforgettable experience for those who want to discover the ancient cultures of Burundi. The famous drummers of Gishora, known worldwide, represent the heart of the culture that beats at the center of this country. In this enchanting setting, you will discover inside the traditional enclosures the circular huts built entirely of wood, which is bent and covered with thatch. The legendary hospitality of Burundi begins with an offering of the traditional beer made from sorghum, millet, or bananas. Visit Burundi, be transported by the authenticity, sun, hospitality, wellness, and culture. The recipe for a unique journey into this warm, living heart of Africa.
Thank you very much. This is Burundi. You cannot visit the city or the country in 2 days. So we just chose some of the major tourism sites that you will see it. It's not easy to describe it, but I can give you a clue of the program from tomorrow. Now we are getting lists from all delegates and officials so that we can have the numbers and then organize well the logistics from here, because we are going to start at 8 maybe we could start right here. We will have transportation, and because we have also the World Tourism Day tomorrow, then we have two itineraries. Itinerary one will go north side, going through by visiting the Teza tea plantations. Very nice landscape. Unfortunately, I couldn't get, the photo was not easy to take to the technique, but it is good landscape. You have to breathe deeply and get and rejuvenate. 10 years behind, because this area, when you are there, it is on the edge of the Kibera National Park, and there is a factory, a tea factory, but we will not have time to visit the factory. We will just make a soft walk in the plantations, and maybe we'll find people putting the tea. This is not Teza, but it is the image show how it looks like. This can be it is a landscape in up country. So we will continue to Gitega at Gishora Drum Sanctuary, where you have seen on the pictures, they will make exhibition, and there we will have the speeches for the World Tourism Day. Then activities will continue. Then some will come back because they have to go back after tomorrow. And others will spend the night in Gitega. Then on 20th, after tomorrow, we will divide on the list. We will divide so that we can have people mixed, because it is also another turn of B2B. Then we will have Tanzanians, Ugandans, taking some numbers, so that you will be a mixture of origins, and then maybe do business traveling. So after tomorrow, there will be also two ways. One group will go through east in Ruvubu National Park, where you have seen buffaloes. There is also another big of the five, leopards, but it is not easy to see it. Then they will continue to Kirundo, where they will look at the Inhore dancers. You have seen them wearing the leather of leopard leathers, and which is not good, because now we have to protect the leopards and find another way to clothe. And then after, it will be 29th. You will visit the Rwihinda, which is Bird's Lake, for bird watching, and then come back to Bujumbura on 29th, because many of you will be to fly it on the 30th. In the south side, people will go through a road heading to the Karera Falls. Karera Falls is one of the must-see in Burundi. So you will feel, when you are there, you will find that all your senses are really opened. You will see well, you will hear well, and you will also taste some food from there. Food here is all bio. So you will continue and spend the night in Nyanzarak. This is Carrera Falls. You will go to Makamba, and you will have a spectacle of Agasimbo dance. Agasimbo dance. I can tell you that all these dances in Hore in the north, in Goma in Dramas, I mean, in the center, and Agasimbo in the south, those are learned from father to son, from many years ago. Drums are easy to learn, but Agasimbo is something. If they have some images, it is very interesting to see that if you are not strong and good in health, you cannot dance such such thing, because it is acrobatic. Then we will continue to the plain along the Lake Tanganyika. We spend the night in Nyanzalak, which is on the Lake Tanganyika, near the border of Tanzania at south. And then after the day after, on 29th, we will go to the thermal water in Mugara. So people who will be in the group, you have to take with you the swimming costume. So after we will continue heading Bujumbura, and we will visit the historical site where Livingstone and Stanley met near the Lake Tanganyika. I can say that that is all. If you have any question, we will be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for all the presenters. And in the interest of time, I'm going to allow for a few questions. 5 questions. Which side is bigger? 3 questions here, 2 questions, or 3 questions here, and 3 questions here, this side. Then we take them at once, they respond to them, and then they will be in beauty. So can we start from here?
Thank you. I'll try to speak English. Just for the reasons of communication, I will speak slowly and distinctly so that you may understand what I say, because you know that our English is much more influenced by many interferences. Swahili and French can interfere. Right. It's not a question. I address my message to Brice. I don't know whether he's listening to me. It's just to support you. It's just to help you also. And it's just to comfort you. Don't say that all people in Burundi don't like or are not interested in tourism issues. We are ready to help you. As a testimony, I want you, if possible, to take a piece of paper and a pen. You write this piece of information. You know this tourism attraction of Kiganda, for example. You know it. It's interesting. It's likely to interest other people from the world. But most people, or all of them, they don't know something I want to reveal today. You write it if you are ready. Kiganda, the colonizers enforced or imposed the king to give as sanctions 498 cows. You knew it. 424 for the colonizers, and 74 for their careers. You remember it perhaps. There is something which is funny. The number of cows the king gave to the colonizers is exactly the number of the months the Western German existed. I think no one knew it. This is interesting. This kind of equation, you know, equation in mathematics, is not everybody who knows it. But I know if you explore, how can I say it? If you use it, it can attract people. It can make another sense of friendship between Burundians and the German people. Thank you very much. And other pieces of information, other pieces of supporting information are there. If you are interested, you call me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. He said his name. He called his name. Please sit down. We shall take note down the questions, and then we respond at once. So you noted his name. Please get to him to get the list of other sites. There was one person here and another person there. I said the three. So the woman.
Thank you very much. I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Hiwati Ambever. I'm an ambassador of African Tourism Board, representing Ethiopia. So, thank you very much, and congratulations, first of all, for EAC for this amazing program that embraced the member countries. And my question will be forwarded to you. It is really, really important in what we are expecting, that all Africans are going to be included in this amazing combination and working in synergy with other regional states, other regional member states, is such an essential thing that Africa needs for the tourism development. So how far that you are going to welcome other regions and other countries to work with you? Because when you are just making it like this, of course it's important for the entire member states in EAC, but how about other African countries? How are you welcoming them to interact with you and just create such a synergy to work together? African Tourism Board is aiming to work for Africa to become a single destination of choice to the entire world. And we are embracing all African countries to be on board and work hand to hand with even African Union member states. So how are you going to support us? How can we work together in this regard for African tourism development? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Je suis M. Jean-Provost Paloukou, travel consultant et puis acteur de la promotion du tourisme dans mon pays. Je viens de la République démocratique du Congo. Je suis émerveillé. Je tenais d'abord à féliciter tous les trois panélistes. Celui qui a parlé de la jeunesse et du tourisme, celui qui a passé de la conservation et tourisme, et puis la brève condensée du résumé sur visite d'IACI. Laissez-moi vous dire merci. Mais pour moi, ce n'est pas vraiment une question. Je vais faire comme la dame éthiopienne qui vient de dire. À travers ces forums, moi comme secteur privé, je souhaite m'intégrer dans ce que j'ai vu comme plateforme Est-Africa et avoir des contacts sûrs avec les responsables des visites Burundi pour rester en interaction pendant que je vais rentrer et suivre certains programmes de EAC. Merci.
Merci beaucoup à vous aussi. This side. One, a lady, then one gentleman. Where are the women? Ask your questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Stephen Masala. I work with the Uganda Wildlife Authority, a body that manages protected areas. I want to agree that the challenge on protection has become very, very big, especially one because of increasing population pressure. And I want to relate to the presentation of the youth program from the ESC. When we take visitors to the national parks, we find young people, especially from the age of 16, 17, carrying children. They have no skills and they are looking for survival. And their main survival is to either look for food in the park or hunt. I would want to suggest, I don't know what the ESC has in program for skilling the youth in getting into scouts clubs, which gives them a life skill, in wildlife clubs, and also looking for opportunities outside the ecosystem, because ecosystem is fixed and you can do other forms of tourism to support the youth, even if nature had constraints. That's my issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I got the second participant here.
Thank you very much. My name is Perpetu Muganda. I'm a social entrepreneur and an author. I wrote a book called Trésor de Burundi Ancestral, and from that book I put in place a tourist site in order to showcase of the way the art of life from ancestral Burundi. So this is an information I just wanted to give to this audience so that next time when we have an opportunity so that you can visit that place. It's an interesting one. Maybe some of you have already visited it, and I think it can show you some of the art of life, like the ancient architecture, the food, the plants and trees, medicinal ones and non-medicinal ones, and many other things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pepeti, pour le livre sur le trésor du Burundi. The last gentleman.
mwakoze nanyumviye ko nza kuvuga mu cyongereza mugabo kubera ko turi mu gihugu cyacu kandi akaba ari cyo cyakiriye iyi exposition nashaka ndavuga mu kirundi kandi abatraducteur baza kugerageza be fidèle mvuga ibintu bibiri kimwe nashaka kubaza kugira ngo umuntu azoshobore kuba muri iyo visite guide mu masite touristique igihugu cyacu ciza les conditions izarizo kuko apahama twabwiwe aho itinéraire mugabo ntitwamenye neza nk'umuntu avyifuza nk'umundi nawe yashaka kuzoba muri iyo visite mwakoze ikigira kabiri nifuje guha kaze amadelegation muri ibihugu byo muri Asia byose ariko kandi mera nk'ukebura sinzi Franklin akagoye ku barundi iyi foire iyi exposition ntabwo yabaye communique nk'uko bikwiye kuri aba barundi bacu abantu bafise ibintu bari gushobora kuza kwerekana ngaha ni benshi nikimenyamenya ama stand ari vide ni menshi rero pour avoir favorisé kuba babicishije mu mamedia officiel ahari gusa numva bitari bikwiye comme dusanzwe tuzi ko abarundi benshi bisaba ko umuntu abasanga ahantu henshi baba aho bakorera mwari gukoresha mbona icyo niyumvira kandi n'ubu iminsi iracahari mwari gukoresha uburyo busanzwe buhari bwo ku radio diffuser même faire des on fait comme zijya ntuze bakoresha hagati mu makartier mu mabarabara bagahamagara bakabwira abantu bakababwira ibintu biko birabe kuri cercle hippique nshaka ndababwire juste gatonya mu ndwi yahera naronse opportunité yo gusimbira aho hakurya muri Tanzania nabonye bamwe mu twari kumwe abakenya n'abaganda baradusize cyane sinibaza yuko tuzoshobora kubashikira nitwaguma dukora ibintu dukanye gutya twategerezwa kuba très influent ngaha hantu n'ikimenyamenya ko ari wacu murakoze
urakoze nawe maybe we can give just last one. There's someone who insisted and I need to give him 2 minutes.
Nanje ndabaramukije abari hano nongera guha nanje kaze abashitsi batugendeye mu gihugu mbanje gushimira igihugu cyacu cyateguye kwerekana Burundi ukuntu ari bwiza n'ukuntu bufise amahoro adasanzwe mukaba muri ko muhamagarira ingenzi kuza kuraba igihugu cyacu n'ibyiza byacu Imana ibagire neza nabonye wavuze aserukira ngira ngo leta canke ibikorwa byateguwe hano yerekanye ubwiza bw'u Burundi arerekana amafoto meza kandi ayo mafoto nagomba mbwira umutama ko yotubwirira abarundi nk'uko mwene wacu yaje kubivuga hajya n'abarundi barakeneye kuyamenya nk'uko yavuze ko mugomba gutembereza abantu b'abanyamahanga bajanye n'abarundi benshi ibyo bari byiza nanje mpagaze hano kugira ngo ndababwire ko ari ubundi butunzi mufise ariko mushobora kuba mutaramenya aho buri kugira ngo nabwo mubugendere hama muze murabwerekana ingenzi zagendeye igihugu cyacu kuko jende umudandaza nitwa Vyagizimana Samuel ingenzi irinzi haguruka ikaza mu gihugu ibifisi byije kuraba irakeneye kumenya amakuru yose ashobora kuyifasha kugira ngo iyisubiye inyuma haruhande y'ubwiza yabonye mu gihugu nimba yoshobora guhakorera n'urudandazo bashobore kumenya uti ubu nsubiyeyo sizogenda ngiye kuraba gusa ndashobora kuzana n'itunga ryanje mu gihugu ubwo butunzi nabwo nagomba kubabwira hariho sosiyete nakereye yitwa Ntumangende kandi abatari bakeya mu gihugu muramaze kuyumva burya bijya dukora nabyo birashobora gufasha ingenzi kuko twashizeho ihuriro ry'abagura n'abagurisha mu buryo bwiza buzira kanenge murumva ko iyo abanyamahanga baje mu gihugu barakenera kuba bomenya ati mbega nkeneye kugura akantu no gatuma nde ashobora kugenda akagaruka mbega ikifise ngombye kukibika ninde muntu mwizigirwa yoshobora kukindabira numva ngende rero nkoresheje umwanya muto baduhaye iminota 2 turafise ikigo kiniriya natwe twubatse cyogereranywa na Amazon canke Alibaba mugabo twebwe ico tubasumbya twarubatse n'ikigo kinini aho umuntu ashobora kuvuga uti nagendeye Burundi sangano Burundi ni bwiza ubu nzosubiraho njanye ibidandazwa none namenya ahantu ushobora kubishira nkaba ndabishize mu isoko ababikeneye bakabo bisangaho hama igihugu namwe mukadufasha kwacungerera umutekano rero nagomba kubwira abajeje ubudandaji mushikanganje ubudandaji ko muri ibi na twebwe yotugendera kugira tumusigurire imigambi tuba dufise rya kawa ry'Uburundi turishire kuri site web ya Numangende kuko ikora ku mwanya cacayi c'Uburundi tugishire kuri site web ya Numangende kugira ngo n'abari hanze y'igihugu bashobore kumenya ati kawa ry'Uburundi icayi c'Uburundi n'ibindi bikenewe kuko site web abantu benshi barazifise mugabo ugasangana ntizifongisiona bitewe n'uko kugira ngo zikore zisaba amafaranga ya connection n'abakozi babandanya bakora ibyo bikorwa. Jewe nariyebeje kubikora kugira ngo Burundi bimenyekane n'ivyiza byabwo. Murabona ko iyo mugiye kuri site web ya Alibaba, Amazon, akantu kose murakaronka. Harabajene numvise bariko bahimiriza kugira ngo bakore nabo batera imbere. Burya bijya bakora bidashobora kuja ahantu habona ngo abantu babimenye naho bikora biraba vyiza mugabo ugasangana nta soko bifise bitewe nuko byamenywe nabo muri quartier babana gusa. Amajambo yanje yaraya ku minota 2 bampaye nibaza ko ababijejwe mwashoboye kuvyumva abo bakeneye isiguro zihagije natwe bo turondera kugira ngo barabe ko ibyo tuvuga ari byo. Ndazi ko ubushikiranganje bw'ubudandaji ubw'ingenzi burafise abahinga ashobora kuvuga ati turavye ibi bikorwa tuvyongeye muri bya bindi dusigurira abanyamahanga baje iwacu byoshobora kugira ico bifasha. Imana ibagirire neza. Ndashimiye umpaye ijambo.
Imana iguhezagire nawe. Thank you very much. I like the Alibaba and the Amazon and the eBay of Burundi. I think we need to support that. Is a good action. Thank you. Panelists, you have heard the comments, the contributions, and the questions. Let us be straight to the point. I'm told we are eating into the time of the other session, the closing. Let us be straight to the point. Thank you very much. May we start with you.
Thank you very much. I'm not working with the government. I am a tour operator, actually. So I'm answering Mr. Yeah. And then how to collaborate with other partners in EAC and beyond. I think that EAC started. We are now implementing EAC Tourism Recovery Plan, and this is one of the actions we have on the plan. So we are talking about developing, promoting EAC tourism, the EAC region as a unique tourism destination. So that is why we are here. If you want to continue, this was Burundi chapter. Tomorrow, next year, it will be another country. And I invite Burundians to go there. I invite you to go there. And I invite all the participants who have been, who came here to come with us in the farm trip. Then you will see a few and make B2B with us so that we can develop national and regional tourism. That is what we are doing, talking about rethinking tourism in the EAC. It means doing domestic and regional tourism. So there is a particular question related to how is going to be the farm trip. We organize this for actually hosted buyers. Other exhibitors from abroad they are invited too. So we will take in charge transportation, accommodation, and everything, not included beer or alcoholic drinks. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. I will stand here. So my question, I think the question was very clear and straightforward. It was on how to promote tourism within East Africa and beyond. The other countries, as you know, we have the African Continental Free Trade Area conversation, which has started, but the strength of the African Continental Free Trade Area will also be the strength in which we operationalize what we already have. So we have the East African Common Market Protocol, and the freedoms and rights within the Common Market Protocol, especially the free movement of people, should be actualized. So maybe the partner states in the have had issues like, for example, waiving visas for East Africans and Africans actually, because I don't see why Africans should be paying visas to visit their continent. So waiving visas, issues like having a single tourist visa will also encourage tourism. Issues like promoting just the use of one common African passport. Having just that will promote tourism. So we need to actualize all the commitments we've put under the Common Market Protocol, and definitely then tourism will be promoted. The second question was, it was a suggestion which is well taken care of, and I think it's a good recommendation from Uganda on how to promote skills development, especially for populations, which young people, but also people who are in these or close to the tourist parks and tourist sites, because sometimes you find they are the least employed, yet they stay near the places which are opportunities for employment. So we have a skills development program in the ESC, but as we say, we develop them at regional level. It's up to the countries to take them up. So skills development, which goes hand in hand with employment. But as I said before, beyond employment, we need to make sure that citizens of ESC, especially young people, are able to work in other countries. If they are able to move and work in other ESC partner states successfully, then that's a huge achievement. Yes, the last one was on the legal framework. I don't know if there is there is a policy framework on tourism, but I don't know if there is a legal framework. But when it comes to culture, currently we are discussing the Culture and Heritage Bill, which will soon go out for public hearings. So the East African Legislative Assembly is going to have the Culture and Heritage Bill. And maybe with that, that's when we can include the biodiversity the recommendations we had. So I hope we can also have a tourism legal framework as has been suggested. Thank you.
Murakoze cyane. Gira nshimire cyane monsieur yashoboye kubaza kijya kibazo. Nashaka ndamwishure mvuga ati sinigeze mvuga yuko ari abarundi bose batazi tourisme. Ndashatse kuvuga yuko sensibilisation yigeze haba kuva kera. So it means le pourcentage y'abantu batahura l'importance na rôle ya tourisme mu terambere ry'igihugu cyane cyane muri economy, que ce soit muri economy, muri culture n'ibindi biko bizo. Urumva, it means abadukuriye barabizi, ariko nka la jeunesse ico nayishatse kuvuga. So it means je donne un exemple. Il hari ngaho kera kw'ishure baradutwara mu ma comment dirais-je, mu ma tournée scolaire ya vacances. Ariko ubu nibigihari cyane kandi sinzi gituma. So it means urumva harakenewe yuko asura kuvyuka ico kintu. Urumva iyo culture ya tourisme mugabo c'est vrai barabizi, ariko generation iri nyuma aba ba jeune batabizi bizohava bigenda gute? c'est ça nico narishatse guhagarira ko ariko ndabashimiye cyane kandi ndashimiye ko mwadukeje ngira nishure ku kibazo ca monsieur wo muri DRC jewe ico nashaka gusaba abanyakubaha bose bari ngaha bo muri Sud Sudan, Tanzanie, Uganda, Rwanda na DRC nuko hobaho des relations bilatérales cyane cyane muri tourisme biciye muri EAC ni vyiza cyane mugabo je vous donne un exemple s'il y a des touristes ougandais qui veulent venir au Burundi bitegerezwa guca mu gute hategereza ko hariho nka bureau de formation à Kampala en Uganda itegerezwa kuba iri kiravuga ati le tourisme burundais c'est ça vous pouvez venir si c'est à Arusha ou bien à Dar es Salaam si c'est à Kigali mu isanzwe hategereza kuba iyo relation cyane cyane muri tourisme jewe niho nashatse guhagarara hariho peut-être ama relation bilatérale ya commerce ariko muri tourisme il faut kabaho kugira abatour opérateurs bo mu Burundi nabo mu bindi bihugu vyo muri EAC bashobore gushiraho iyo structure yo gushobora hakabaho échange bilatéraux y'abatouriste it means umutouriste aje muri EAC muri Tanzania muri Kenya agatembera mu Uganda akinjira mu Rwanda ntibamusubiza inyuma nabanza hereze mu Burundi hama aje no muri Kongo amaze kuva muri Kongo asubiriye yavuye ico kintu kirakenewe cyane kandi vraiment tubikorereko aya manama nashobora kuhaba gutya tukavuga bigaca bihera abantu bagaca bagenda ntihagire ikintu gisubira kuba kigiye mu ngiro je ndo nashatse kuvuga cyane cyane so rero ndabibasaba ico kintu tugishira imbere habeho iyo échange mu bintu byose kandi twese ibigo byacu bizoronkeramwo akarusho n'iterambere kuko ntibanshobora gusigana hama nashaka aussi ushira imbere yuko muri ibi bintu za tourisme muri secteur ya tourisme mushira imbere abajeunes barashoboye abajeunes bakora créer ibintu byinshi amatour opérateur bakora créer ibintu byose muri secteur ya tourisme duto ndabasavye mu bihugu byose bya EAC abajeunes nabonyene bashikirwe mu bikorwa byabo amashimira aussi na madame Pepeti kwa Miganda yakoze ikintu ciza muri entrepreneuria twaragiye kwaraba nashaka sabe n'abantu mubishire ahubwo munashire mu masite touristique aussi baze barahatembera murakoze cyane
urakoze cyane nawe andi mashyi kuri uyu mujene then I would like that we give them a very big clap, all the panelists. And as I requested them to remain there because we are going to take a group photo, I just want to inform you that the closing is taking place very soon. From here, after the closing, we are going to have lunch quickly. They will be preparing the room for the closing ceremony. And then I will hand over to my very able MCs because they're the ones who are going to handle the afternoon session. So we are 10 minutes behind the schedule. And let us close. And thank you very much, everyone in the audience. Je vous remercie beaucoup, sincèrement, pour votre participation dans cette réunion d'aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup. Nous allons avoir le déjeuner tout de suite, immédiatement après la clôture de cette session. Merci beaucoup et vous le voir dans la cérémonie de clôture. Merci. Bon appétit tout le monde. Enjoy your lunch. Muryoherwe cyane. N'akanovero. forgot something. There is a uh, 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 the event manager would like to inform you that two kits of interpretation system were found missing after yesterday, the session. So whoever might have forgotten or overlooked to remit the kits, please bring the kit back, and you can hand over the kits to the people at the back of the meeting room. Ngo nyuma y'imihango y'ejo hari abantu batwaye utuma two mu matwi ngira ngo bibagiwe kudusubiza, niba hari ugafite wagatanga hariya kuri système d'interprétation. Nous voudrions porter à la connaissance des participants que 2 kits d'interprétation simultanés n'ont pas été rendus sur place après la session d'hier. Si l'un ou l'autre aurait oublié de remettre le kit, nous le prions de bien vouloir le remettre. Merci d'avance.
mutumba wa Kibonde hano rero kino cyo hakiri hano hakurya yaho ni Murambi hajya hakurya hanaho ni Yaranda hajya naho ni ku Kero hariya naho duhana urubibe n'igihugu cy'u Rwanda. Akamaro k'ikiyaga ni kenshi uriko urabiraba akamaro kimarira abanyagihugu ni kenshi usanga haba ngaha turayikoresha mu kuvoma amazi turayakoresha mu gukanyaga amatafari tubumba duhoma inzu turagikoresha mu kuvomera imirima turagikoresha mu kuroba turagikoresha reka no mu bintu byinshi wowe uraba nyine usanga turacyoga n'ama turoga urumva ni byinshi cyane gose novuga ko bari ibintu byinshi ifi harimo ifi bita imamba harimo n'ifi bita imare harimo n'ifi bita zanankukerezo twita kunda kwitibihwati.
Dushize hamwe twateza imbere iwacu iwacu nimuze turateza imbere iwacu iwacu dushize hamwe
mu ntara ya Kirundo muri komine Kirundo akamaro ikiyaga kitumariye ni uko tugenda tukarora amazi tukarya tukamererwa neza abana barakize bwaki.
Agaze ku musozi nyabyamo gutera kamo Burundi bamahanga ya kure n'agatima ntigatera mutebagane garuka dufashanye dutere iteka Burundi iwacu iwacu nimuze turateza imbere iwacu iwacu dushize hamwe twateza imbere iwacu iwacu nimuze turateza
Intanganira nena mutabi kwinywera mwiteka bakana kabaga mukombi haziriwe kwicura miyaga nimwe yategura muri Kigarama oh my God.
hariho ibintu byinshi byatakaye bitazwi bibahevye akaba ariko ashaka gusubira yuko boza barabimenya bakabisubiramo bakabimenyera kuko hari ibintu byinshi baza baracamo abantu babona umuntu akagihonya akanagihonyora cyangwa akaconona kandi gifite akamaro cyane yashatse yuko abantu boza barabona yuko ibintu bya kera umuntu atobiheba ngo abite burundu kandi bikenewe
bose mpamvu muhezagira uti none kuri iri zuba ry'uyu munsi ijambo ry'umubyeyi yamuhetse mwamushikirije naho ishakiye nuko jambo rigatungana
nyitura bose nzo bitaba ijoro n'umutaga ntaravye amarembo ibyo bantu aremeje izo rimenini
inatumura rurera rinariwa
amenye ingene hameze akurira mu kizungu akazosazira mu kizungu ntamenye ibintu vya kera inzu y'ivyatsi nkukuye hariho abana batabizi
byari byiza kandi byari bishimye kubera twunguye ibintu byinshi twari tuzi
Burundi, I can't keep quiet. I wanna you to feel the weight of African beauty. Africa, you must try. Africa, you baraka. Naridhika na maisha yetu. Oh yeah, it is not a lie. Come and see for yourself. Ukija utapenda, hutatamani kurudi nyuma. Karibu tucheze, tucheze tufurahie kwetu. Karibu tucheze, tucheze tufurahie kwetu. Come and see Africa. Africa, my home. Come and see Africa. Africa, my home. Cheze muziki wa Afrika. Afrika, Afrika. Cheze muziki wa Afrika. Africa.
Majambere na murundi umutima yo vyibagira.
to the heat of the sun. I wanna feel it right inside me, oh yeah.
I wanna spark into the beat of the drum. I want my loved ones all around me, oh yeah.
We together as one, we're all the same. Oh yeah, yes, together as one, let's celebrate and let the world know
we are Mama Africa. We love Africa. Here we stand, Mama Africa. We love Africa.
from Africa to the world.
Kino kiyaga cyitwa Cyohoha kiri mu ntara ya Kirundo muri komine Busoni muri zone Gisenyi. Hano turi muri zone Gisenyi mu mutumba wa Kibonde. Hano rero kino Cyohoha kiri hano hakurya yaho ni Murambi, hajya hakurya hanaho ni Yaranda, hajya naho ni ku Kero, hariya naho duhanura ubibe n'igihugu cy'u Rwanda. Akamaro k'iki kiyaga ni kenshi. Uriko urabiraba akamaro kimarira abanyagihugu ni kenshi. Usanga ngaha turayikoresha mu kuvoma amazi, turayakoresha mu gukanyaga amatafari tubumba duhoma inzu, turagikoresha mu kuvomera imirima, turagikoresha mu kuroba, turagikoresha reka no mu bintu byinshi. Wowe uraba nyine usanga turacyoga turoga, urumva ni byinshi cyane gose novuga ko ari ibintu byinshi. Ifi harimo ifi bita impamba, harimo n'ifi bita imare, harimo n'ifi bita zanankukire twita kwenda kwita ibihwati.
nimuze tuhateze imbere iwacu iwacu dushize hamwe tuhateze imbere iwacu iwacu nimuze tuhateze imbere iwacu iwacu dushize
mu ntara ya Kirundo muri komine Kirundo. Akamaro ikiyaga kitumariye ni uko tugenda tukababana tukarya tukamererwa neza, abana barakize bwaki.
Mpagaze ku musozi nyabyamo gutera kamo burundu ba mu mahanga ya kure n'agatima ntigatera ntutebagane garuka dufashanye dutere iteko Burundi iwacu Burundi iwacu Burundi nimuze tuhateze imbere iwacu Burundi iwacu Burundi dushize hamwe tuhateze imbere iwacu Burundi iwacu Burundi nimuze tuhateze
iranene intobe ikaryama intangana iranene mutambika inywera mwiteka gwakanakana gw'amakombe nkaziriwe kwicura miyaga nimwe yategura muri muyogi ikabyara muri kigarama ngoma y'urwanda
ikibanza cyo ku Karambi kwa Miganda heritage iko kitire do Karambi hari ibintu byinshi byatakaye bitazwi bibahevye akabari kashaka gusubira yuko boza barabimenya bakabisubiramo bakabimenyera kuko hari ibintu byinshi bibaza baracamo abantu babona umuntu akagihonya akanagihonyora cyaka conona kandi gifite akamaro cyane yashatse yuko abantu boza barabona yuko ibintu bya kera umuntu atobiheba ngo abite burundu kandi bikenewe
bose namwe muhezagira uti none kuri rizuba ry'ubu munsi ijambo ni iry'umubyeyi yamuhetse mwamushikirije naho ishakiye nuko jambo rigatungana
zonyitura bose nzobitaba ijoro n'umutaga ntaravye amaronko iryo wanga arimene ize rimeninde
inyatumurerure ari nabi wabo ari nabi wabo ari nabi inyatumurerure ari nabi wabo ari nabi wabo ari nabi wabo inyatumurerure ari nabi
ntamenya iwabo ntamenya ingene hameze akurira mu kizungu akazosazira mu kizungu ntamenye ibintu vya kera inzu y'ivyatsi nkukuye hariho abana batabiza
Infokanisha abana benshi
naryohewe cyane waje musaba muri visit kunabona show them visit Burundi byari byiza kandi byari biteye igomwe kubera twubu ibintu byinshi tutari tuzi
Keep crying. I want you to feel the weight of African beauty. Oh, Africa, you're my shooter. Africa, yenye baraka. Tunaridhika na maisha yetu. Oh yeah, it is not a lie. Come and see for yourself. Ukija utapenda, hautatamani kurudi nyuma. Karibu tucheze, tucheze tufurahie kwetu. Karibu tucheze, tucheze tufurahie kwetu. Come and see Africa. Africa my home. Come and see Africa. Africa my home. Africa, cheze mziki wa Afrika, Afrika, Afrika. Afrika, cheze mziki wa Afrika, Afrika, Afrika.
kama kumutima uri gatoyu ufise ubutore bene intwaro y'intwari uramimara ntaco no guha ngwifurije byinshi murambuzagarare waribarutse imvura nyazo ziharanira amajambere nta murundi w'umutima yovyibagira senga gisangi biva kumana kamwe amata n'ubuki warahajura henagurwa mbore ndi watemvye niyakuremye nikuzigame ntuzorwe mwisanganya nurambuzagarare waribarutse imvura nyazo ziharanira amajambere nta murundi w'umutima yovyibagira
of the sun. I wanna feel it right inside me. Oh yeah.
I wanna walk into the beat of the drum. I want my life.
Kino kiyaga cyitwa Cyohoha kiri mu ntara ya Kirundo muri komine Busoni muri zone Gisenyi. Hano turi muri zone Gisenyi mu mutumba wa Kibonde. Hano rero kino Cyohoha kiri hano hakurya yaho ni Murambi, hajya hakurya hano naho ni Yaranda, hajya naho ni ku Kero, hariya naho duhana urubibe n'igihugu cy'u Rwanda. Akamaro k'ikiyaga ni kenshi. Uriko urabiraba akamaro kimarira abanyagihugu ni kenshi. Usanga ngaha turayikoresha mu kuvoma amazi, turayakoresha mu gukanyaga amatafari tubumba duhoma inzu, turagikoresha mu kuvomera imirima, turagikoresha mu kuroba, turagikoresha reka no mu bintu byinshi. Wowe uraba nyine usanga turacyoga n'ama turoga, urumva ni byinshi cyane gose novuga ko bari ibintu byinshi. Ifi harimwo ifi bita impamba, harimo n'ifi bita imare, harimo n'ifi bita zanankukire twita kwanda kwita ibihwati.
Iwacu i Burundi nimuze tuhateze imbere. Iwacu i Burundi, iwacu i Burundi dushize hamwe tuhateze imbere. Iwacu i Burundi, iwacu i Burundi nimuze tuhateze imbere. Iwacu i Burundi, iwacu i Burundi dushize
Rinda iherereye mu ntara ya Kirundo muri komine Kirundo. Akamaro ikiyaga kitumariye ni uko tugenda tukaroba amafi tukarya tukamererwa neza, abana barakize bwaki.
yo ngwino mpagaze ku musozi nyabyamo gutera kamo Murundi uba mu mahanga ya kure. Ntagatima nigatera ntutebagane, garuka dufashanye dutere iteko Burundi. Iwacu i Burundi, iwacu i Burundi nimuze tuhateze imbere. Iwacu i Burundi, iwacu i Burundi dushize hamwe tuhateze imbere. Iwacu i Burundi, iwacu i Burundi nimuze tuhateze.
Iraneni ntabika byama intanganira nena mutambika inywera mwibega gwa kanakana gwa makomi haziriwe kwicura miyaga nimwe yategura muri Bunyonyi kabyara muri Kigarama. Ngoma y'Urwanda.
ikibanza cyo ku Karambi kwa Miganda heritage ecocculture de Karambi hari ibintu byinshi byatakaye bitazwi bibahevye akaba ariko ashaka gusubira yuko boza barabimenya bakabisubiramo bakabimenyera kuko hari ibintu byinshi bibaza baracamo abantu babona umuntu akagihonya akanagihonyora cyaka conona kandi gifise akamaro cyane yashatse yuko abantu boza barabona yuko ibintu bya kera umuntu atobiheba ngo abite burundu kandi bikenewe
bose namwe muhezagira uti none kuri rizuba ry'uwo munsi ijambo ni iry'umubyeyi yamuhetse mwamushikirije naho ishakiye nuko jambo rigatungana
zonyitura bose nzobitaba ijoro n'umutaga ntaravye amaronko iryo banga arimene ize rimeninda
inyatumurerure ari nabi wabo ari nabi wabo ari nabaze inyatumurerure ari nabi wabo ari nabi wabo ari nabi wabo inyatumurerure ari nabi wabo.
iwabo amenye ingene hameze akurira mu kizungu akazosazira mu kizungu ntamenye ibintu vya kera inzu y'ivyatsi nkukuye hariho abana batabizi
Inzoganisha abana benshi
turaryohewe cyane baje musaba muri visit kubona show them visit Burundi byari byiza kandi byari biteye igomwe kubera twubuye ibintu byinshi tutari tuzi
I can't keep quiet. I want you to feel the weight of African beauty. Afrika ya mashujaa, Afrika yenye baraka, tunaridhika na maisha yetu. Oh yeah, it is not a lie. Come and see for yourself. Ukija utapenda, hautatamani kurudi nyuma. Oh, karibu tucheze, tucheze tufurahie kwetu. Karibu tucheze, tucheze tufurahie kwetu. Oh, come and see Africa. Oh, Africa, my home. Oh, come and see Africa. Oh, Africa, my home. Africa, tucheze muziki wa Afrika. Afrika, Afrika.
kama kumutima uri gatoyu ufise ubutore bene intwaro y'intwari urambimara ntaco no guhangwifurije vyinshi nturambuzagarare waribarutse imvura nyazo ziharanira amajambere nta murundi w'umutima yovyibagira senga ry'isangi riva kumana kamwa amata n'ubuki warahahajura henagurwa mpore ndi watemvye iyakuremye nikuzigame nduzorwe misanganya nurambuzagarare waribarutse imvura nyazo ziharanira amajambere nta murundi w'umutima yovyibagira
to the heat of the sun. I wanna feel it right inside me. Oh yeah.
I wanna walk into the beat of the drum. I want my loved ones all around me. Oh yeah.
We together as one, we're all the same. Oh yeah, get together as one, let's celebrate and let the world know.
We are Mama Africa. We love Africa. Here we stand, Mama Africa. We love Africa.
From Africa to the world, to the world, yeah.
Mama Africa. We love Africa.
Africa.
We love Africa.
Kino kiyaga cyitwa Cyohoha kiri mu ntara ya Kirundo muri komine Busoni muri zone Gisenyi. Hano turi muri zone Gisenyi mu mutumba wa Kibonde. Hano rero kino Cyohoha kiri hano hakurya yaho ni Murambi, hajya hakurya hano aho ni Yaranda, hajya naho ni ku Kero, hariya naho duhana urubibe n'igihugu cy'u Rwanda. Akamaro k'iki kiyaga ni kenshi. Uriko urabiraba akamaro kimarira abanyagihugu ni kenshi. Usanga ngaha turayikoresha mu kuvoma amazi, turayakoresha mu gukanyaga amatafari tubumba duhoma inzu, turagikoresha mu kuvomera imirima, turagikoresha mu kuroba, turagikoresha reka no mu bintu byinshi. Wowe uraba nyine usanga turacyoga turoga, urumva ni byinshi cyane gose, novuga ko bari ibintu byinshi. Ifi harimwo ifi bita impamba, harimo n'ifi bita imare, harimo n'ifi bita zanankukire twita konda kwita ibihwati.
Iwacu i Burundi nimuze tuhateze imbere. Iwacu i Burundi, iwacu i Burundi dushize hamwe tuhateze imbere. Iwacu i Burundi, iwacu i Burundi nimuze tuhateze imbere. Iwacu i Burundi, iwacu i Burundi
yuko hariho indi porogaramu mu ntara ya Kirundo muri komine Kirundo. Akamaro kiyaga kitumariye
heraheza ibikorwa igice ca mbere c'ibikorwa turiko turakora kuri sekere hipik. Rero ntagire ntimuje kure naho guheza ico mwihereje mwanya turakira abashitsi mubikore mu bubangutsi hanyuma muce muza ngaha muri sare. Murakoze.
ngeze ku musozi nyabyamo gutera kamo murundi uba mu mahanga ya kure ntagatima nigatera ntutebagane garuka dufashanye dutera iteko Burundi iwacu iwacu nimuze turateza imbere iwacu iwacu dushize hamwe tuhateza imbere iwacu iwacu nimuze tuhateza.
Honorable, they are coming, they are around. Just to inform you that there is no any other program except coming here in this avenue. Thank you.
Iraneni ntabika byama intanganira nena mutambika inywera mwibega gwa kana kana gwa makomi nkaziriwe kwicura miyaga nimwe yategura muri muyogi kabyara muri Kigarama. Ngoma y'ugwa.
Ikibanza cyo ku Karambi kwa Miganda heritage ecocculture de Karambi hari ibintu byinshi byatakaye bitazwi bibahevye akaba ariko ashaka gusubira yuko boza barabimenya bakabisubiramo bakabimenyera kuko hari ibintu byinshi bibaza baracamo abantu babona umuntu akagihonya akanagihonyora cyaka conona kandi shatse yuko abantu boza barabona yuko ibintu bya kera umuntu atobiheba ngo abite burundu kandi bikenewe
Ose namwe muhezagirwa uti none kuri rizuba ry'uwo munsi ijambo ni iry'umuvyeyi yamuhetse mwamushikirije naho ishakiye nuko jambo rigatungana
zonyitura bose nzobitaba ijoro n'umutaga ntaravye amaronko iryo banga ari mbere ize rimeninda
Inatumurerure ari nabi wabo ari nabi wabo ari nabi inatumurerure ari nabi wabo ari nabi wabo ari nabi wabo inatumurerure ari nabi wabo.
Kangendi Burundi ma iyi mana yafuye
turaryohewe cyane baje musaba muri visit mubona show them visit Burundi byari byiza kandi byari biteye igomwe kubera twubuye ibintu byinshi tutari tuzi.
Can't keep quiet. I wanted you to feel the weight of African beauty. Afrika ya mashujaa, Afrika yenye baraka, tunaridhika na maisha yetu. Oh yeah, it is not a lie. Come and see for yourself. Ukija utapenda, hautatamani kurudi nyuma. Karibu tucheze tufurahie kwetu. Karibu tucheze tufurahie kwetu. Oh, come and see Africa. Oh, Africa my home. Oh, come and see Africa. Oh, Africa my home. Africa, tucheze muziki wa Afrika. Afrika, Afrika. Afrika, tucheze muziki wa Afrika. Afrika, Afrika.
biva ku mutima uri gatoyu ufise ubutore bene intwaro y'intwari uramimbara ntaco no guhangwifurije byinshi
Check this song. Check this song.
muzagarare wari barutse imvura nyazo ziharanira amajambere
So one, two.
nta murundi w'umutima yovyibagira senga ry'isangi riva kumana kamwa amata n'ubuki warahahajura henagurwa mbore ndi watemvye iyakuremye nikuzigame nduzorwe mwisanganya
twagira dusabe abantu bari muri protocole baze bafashe ngaha muri sale aho muri protocole begere
amajambere nta murundi w'umutima yovyibagira
to the heat of the sun. I wanna feel it right inside me, oh yeah.
I wanna walk into the beat of the drum. I want my life resound.
Kino kiyaga cyitwa Cyohoha kiri mu ntara ya Kirundo muri komine Busoni muri zone Gisenyi. Hano turi muri zone Gisenyi mu mutumba wa Kibonde. Hano rero kino Cyohoha kiri hano hakurya yaho ni Murambi, hajya hakurya hano aho ni Yaranda, hajya naho ni ku Kero, hariya naho duhana urubibe n'igihugu cy'u Rwanda. Akamaro k'ikiyaga ni kenshi. Uriko urabiraba akamaro kimarira abanyagihugu ni kenshi. Usanga ngaha turayikoresha mu kuvoma amazi, turayakoresha mu gukanyaga amatafari tubumba duhoma inzu, turagikoresha mu kuvomera imirima, turagikoresha mu kuroba, turagikoresha reka no mu bintu byinshi wowe uraba nyene usanga turacyoga turoga, urumva ni byinshi cyane gose novuga ko bari ibintu byinshi. Ifi harimwo ifi bita impamba, harimo n'ifi bita imare, harimo n'ifi bita zanankukire twita kwenda kwita ibihwati.
Iwacu nimuze tuhateze imbere. Iwacu iwacu dushize hamwe tuhateze imbere. Iwacu iwacu nimuze tuhateze imbere. Iwacu iwacu dushize
Hinda iherereye mu ntara ya Kirundo muri komine Kirundo. Akamaro ikiyaga kitumariye ni uko tugenda tukaroba amafi tukarya tukamererwa neza, abana barakize bwaki.
yo ngwino mpagaze ku musozi nyabyamo gutera akamo Murundi uba mu mahanga ya kure. Ntagatima nigatera ntutebagane, garuka dufashanye dutere iteko Burundi. Iwacu iwacu nimuze tuhateze imbere. Iwacu iwacu dushize hamwe tuhateze imbere. Iwacu iwacu nimuze tuhateze.
Africa to the heat of the sun. I wanna feel it right inside me. Oh yeah.
I wanna walk into the beat of the drum. I want my loved ones all around me. Oh yeah.
We together as one, we're all the same. Oh yeah, get together as one, let's celebrate and let the world know. We are Mama Africa. We love Africa. Here we stand, Mama Africa. We love Africa. From Africa to the world. To the world.
Kino kiyaga cyitwa Cyohoha kiri mu ntara ya Kirundo muri komine Busoni muri zone Gisenyi. Hano turi muri zone Gisenyi mu mutumba wa Kibonde. Hano rero kino Cyohoha kiri hano hakurya yaho ni Murambi, hajya hakurya hanaho ni Yaranda, hajya naho ni ku Kero, hariya naho duhanura bibe n'igihugu cy'u Rwanda. Akamaro k'iki kiyaga ni kenshi. Uriko urabiraba akamaro kimarira abanyagihugu ni kenshi. Usanga ngaha turayikoresha mu kuvoma amazi, turayakoresha mu gukanyaga amatafari tubumba duhoma inzu, turagikoresha mu kuvomera imirima, turagikoresha mu kuroba, turagikoresha reka no mu bintu byinshi. Wowe uraba nyine usanga turacyoga n'ama turoga, urumva ni byinshi cyane gose novuga ko bari ibintu byinshi. Ifi harimwo ifi bita impamba, harimo n'ifi bita imare, harimo n'ifi bita zanankukire twita kwenda kwita ibihwati.
aherekejwe na mugenzi we ajejwe iby'ingenzi mu gihugu ca Sudani yo hepfo ariwe yaje gushigikira muri ibi bikorwa nyene biza biragaruka ku vyerekeye ingenzi.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our guest of honor, the Minister of Burundi in charge of Commerce, Trade and Tourism, who is also, together with the Minister of South Sudan State, in charge of Commerce and Trade as well. They will be our guest of honor today, and I, Francis Muhire, and Mrs. Anaïs Niragira will be your hosts.
Nous saluons donc la présence, comme nous venons de le dire, de Madame la Ministre en charge du tourisme, du commerce et du transport ici au Burundi. Nous avons également un invité d'honneur. Il s'agit là de ministre du tourisme au Sud-Soudan. Et ceux qui ont suivi les différents panels reconnaissent peut-être Monsieur Jean-Baptiste, qui est le représentant du secrétaire général de l'EAC. Nous avons également le secrétaire permanent au sein du ministère du Tourisme. Mesdames, Messieurs, merci pour votre présence. Nous débutons donc, et sans toutefois tarder, si mon ami ici me le permet, et le protocole, et chacun de vous, tout protocole considéré, nous allons débuter, et sans tarder, nous allons inviter la personne qui a été désignée pour la prière qui va commencer, Madame Béatrice, Miss Beatrice.
Before we get started, we would like to pray, and we would like to invite Mrs. Beatrice for helping us getting well spiritually, so we can start with this afternoon.
Vous allez nous excuser pour ce petit problème. Nous continuons, c'est l'hymne national.
Simona
give us the wisdom, the resources, and the desired collaboration to be able to put this in practice for the realization of prosperity in our region and the benefit of our citizens. We all pray believing in God the Father. Amen.
Thank you, Mrs. Beatrice. Donc, nous allons continuer.
Ego nagira mbere yuko tubandanya mbanze ndabashimire kuko kwihangana mwagize kutugorane tujanye n'ubuhinga bw'ivyuma. Bakunze kuvuga ngo ivyuma ntibisezerana eka byasezeranya ahubwo natwe tubikoresha igihe tutasezerana neza. Rero turabashimiye ko mwashoboye kutwihanganira kandi mubandanye mutyo. For the moment, we would like then to step in straight away into this evening. So I would like to invite the representative of the East African Community Secretary General for an introductory closing remark. Please, Mr. Havugimana Jean-Baptiste.
Oui, à présent, nous accueillons Monsieur Jean-Baptiste, qui est le représentant du secrétaire général de l'EAC. Nous l'invitons à venir peut-être devant. Nous allons lui donner le micro pour pouvoir donner le mot introductif des événements.
Thank you, MC. It has been a very active and very busy 3-day period. I think 4 days. And I want to read the closing remarks from the Secretariat. Minister of Tourism, Transport, Commerce and Industry, and the Chair of the Sectoral Council of Tourism and Wildlife Management of the East African Community, Honorable Minister of Tourism from the Republic of South Sudan, our East African partner state, distinguished and Honorable Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of East African Affairs, Youth and Sport, Culture of the Republic of Burundi, delegates from all the 7 East African Community partner states, including our new baby, the Democratic Republic of Congo, here present. EATP, East African Tourism Platform representatives. I might have forgotten other permanent secretaries here present from our partner state. Please pardon me. Our valuable host, the buyers and exhibitors and the trade partners. The EAC Regional Steering Committee members for the 2nd EAC Regional Tourism Expo, the GIZ and EAC, our gold sponsor, and EAC organs, institutions, and secretariat staff here present, the National Organizing Committee for the 2nd East African Regional Tourism Expo for Burundi, senior and high-level officials of the government of the Republic of Burundi, all protocols observed. A very good afternoon, a very good sunny afternoon on this Monday of the week. It is a great pleasure to me to make some closing remarks on behalf of the Secretary General of East African Community, Honorable Peter Matuki, and on my own behalf, as someone who has been there on the ground, covering the ground for them, for the Secretariat, and also Honorable Minister, to commend the very wonderful job, a job well done by your team and the Regional Steering Committee of the East African Community. There is no doubt that the excellence of the activities that we have seen and we saw here over the 4 days has your own touch, Honorable Minister. I wish to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Burundi, for officiating the opening ceremony on behalf of His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye and the people of Burundi. This showed how much the government of Burundi is committed to promoting the tourism sector. I also wish to thank Honorable Minister once again, your team, led by the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Faida, and the Permanent Secretary, Severin, and all the members of the NOC, the National Organizing Committee. It was very wonderful for the East African community and for the Regional Steering Committee of working together with you. It was a joy working with the team. To the exhibitors, to our sponsors, mainly our lead sponsor, GIZ, to our trade partners who have come here, please continue doing this noble goal, noble job, supporting tangible interventions in the East African community to promoting the sector of tourism, because we need to get it from this sector everything that we want to get from it, and there is no excuse because we have the support of our top leadership. Honorable Minister, your team and the Regional Steering Committee for the second East African Regional Tourism Expo, Expo 2022, have put together a good work that has taken place. We have very beautiful stands and booths, and we had very good seminars. The top among of them being the investment forum that came up with very brilliant, forward-looking observations and recommendations that for sure will help us to take this sector to another step ahead. And we will make sure that every other observation and every other input that has come out of the seminars is taken to good benefit of the East African community, of the sector of tourism. And this is a principle that we have at the region that we have taken and given by your leadership as the new chair of the Sector Council of Tourism and Wildlife Management, of taking ESC to another level, especially under the sector of tourism. We are not yet done, Honorable Minister. We have just started. And you have said it in your opening remarks. The journey continues, and much will be needed as we move forward to make things even better. Honorable Minister, as I conclude, I wish to inform the audience and also to assure you, Honorable Minister, as our chairperson, that ESC will not save any effort to ensure that you are given appropriate and proper support to discharge your new responsibilities as the new chair of the Sectoral Council of Tourism and Wildlife. As to which country is going to be the next host, I think this will leave it to the chairperson of the Sectoral Council of Tourism and Wildlife. She will inform us about it. But as the Secretariat always is the advisor of the chair, when they meet as the Sectoral Council, they normally take a final decision, and this is, the minister is already aware. Honorable Minister, I came from Arusha with a big team, and with your permission, allow me to request them to stand, those who are in the room, starting from Simon Kiarie, who is the head of tourism and wildlife management. Is Simon in the room? I think he's very much active. He's still now involved even in so many other issues. So all others, please, members of the team, can you stand up? Just rise a little bit to receive a clap. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, we came up with observations and very key recommendation on how we can take ahead the Regional Tourism Expo. There are always new trends emerging, and they need to be incorporated. And it has been very amazing how much Burundi has done it so quickly to ensure that we get a very successful event like this one. I thank you, Honorable Minister.
Donc, merci, Monsieur le représentant du secrétariat général de l'EAC. Nous continuons avec le programme de cet après-midi. Et juste avant d'inviter le suivant qui est le représentant du ministère, le représentant plutôt du secrétaire permanent du ministère, au sein du ministère du Tourisme, je voudrais vous rappeler qu'il y a des machines que vous pouvez utiliser pour suivre dans la langue qui vous est facile à suivre. Le canal numéro 1 est en anglais, le canal numéro 2 en français, le canal numéro 3 en swahili. Mais également, il y a juste une autre information, c'est qu'il y a des gens qui veulent faire l'évaluation. Vous allez voir des personnes qui vont probablement venir vers vous pour des questions d'évaluation. Ce sera des questions en français et en anglais. Veuillez peut-être les écouter. Ils vont vous guider sur comment vous pouvez mettre sur papier les différentes appréciations que vous avez eues avec cet événement.
Well, thank you so much, Anaïs. So before we go on, I would like to remind you that there are translation devices that you have. And for for English, it's Canal 1. Pour le français, c'est le Canal 2. And kama kuna watu wanataka kusikiliza mambo yanapitikana hapa kwa Kiswahili, mnaweza kubonyeza kwa kanali ya 3, ndio mtapata tafsiri kwa Swahili. But also there are people trying to make a good evaluation of this expo, and those papers you are receiving, please fill them in and hand them back. There are some surveys for evaluating this expo, and one of them is in English, and the other one is in French. So we would like you to, for the next speaker, we'll be having reading the resolution recommendations that have been announced.
Vous allez nous excuser un tout petit peu. Je dois rectifier. Il s'agit du secrétaire permanent représentant le Burundi au sein de l'EAC. Je tenais à mentionner son titre et nous allons l'inviter à prendre parole.
Thank you, Anaïs.
Merci. Honorable Minister in charge of Trade, Transport, Industry and the Tourism of the Republic of Burundi, Honorable Minister of Tourism of the Republic of South Sudan, dear colleagues, permanent secretaries here present, honorable ambassadors here present, the representatives of EAC Secretariat, the representatives of the delegate from EAC partner states, the representatives of EAC partner states, dear members of organizing committee, all protocol observed. Good afternoon. I'm going to read the recap and the recommendation from the second EAC Regional Tourism Expo taking place here in Cercle Epic of Bujumbura. I start by the introduction. The second EAC Regional Tourism Expo was hosted by the Republic of Burundi and took place from 23rd to 26th September at the Cercle Epic de Bujumbura grounds. The exhibition will be followed by the familiarization trips to various tourism destination areas in Burundi. Objectives of the Expo. The objectives of the Expo are the following. 1. Promote EAC region as a single tourism destination. 2. Provide a platform for tourism service providers, business to business, B2B engagement. 3. Create awareness on tourism investment opportunities. And 4, provide a platform for a dialogue on the challenges affecting the tourism and wildlife sectors in the region. Participation at the Expo. The Expo attracted a range of stakeholders from EAC region as well as outside the region. These include exhibitors hosted by buyers, media, and trade visitors. It was estimated that about 100 exhibitors participate at the Expo. It is also estimated that 2,000 participants attend the Expo. Structure of the Expo. The silent features of the Expo comprised the following steps. 1. Opening ceremony. The opening ceremony took place on 24 September 2022 and was graced by Vice President of the Republic of Burundi, His Excellency Prosper Bazombanza. Exhibition. 23rd September 2022 was a setup for finalizing preparations and setting up. The exhibition took place from 3 days from 24th to 26th September 2022, whereby different stakeholders in the tourism sector from the region were able to showcase their products and services offerings. These included ministries responsible for tourism and wildlife, tourism boards, wildlife authorities, hotels, tour operators, travel agents, airlines, bank from the 6 EAC partner states, that is Burundi, DRC, Rwanda, South Sudan, Uganda, United Republic of Tanzania. 3. Seminars. The seminars on various topical issues on tourism and wildlife were organized between 24th to 26th September 2022, listed here below. A. Paradigms shift in the global tourism sector presented by the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. B. EAC Tourism Marketing Strategy 2021-2025. C. Investment opportunities presented by the EAC Secretariat and partner state investment authorities and tourism boards. D. Involvement of youth in tourism. E. Promotion of tourism models that protect natural ecosystems and biodiversity. And F. Tourism attractions in Burundi. 4. Entertainment. A session on entertainment by the popular artists and musicians, as well as dramas and dance troupes from Burundi and South Sudan, took place. This played an important role in highlighting the rich cultural heritage in the region. Key observations. The following key observations have been made. A. The Expo was generally a good success, given that this is the first time the Republic of Burundi is hosting an Expo of this magnitude. B. 6 out of 7 partner states were able to participate at the exhibitions. C. The host partner state did a commendable job in committing resources as well as working around the clock toward hosting the event. D. The Expo took place while partner states are still recovering from COVID-19 pandemic and businesses are yet to recover fully. E. The seminar topics were insightful and will be instrumental in informing the agenda of rethinking tourism in the region. F. The event organizers, Ingomag, was engaged by the host partner states and was able to adequately provide the services, the right timelines, notwithstanding. Recommendations. As an outcome of the EAC Regional Tourism Expo 2022, the following recommendations are made. 1. There is need to brand and position the Expo as a premier event in the region and internationally. 2. There is a need to work closely with tourism boards and the private sector, especially East African Tourism Platform, toward developing a database of buyers and trade partners for EAC as a block. 3. There is a need for a budget at the regional level to facilitate preparations and organization of the Expo. 4. Seminars should be better structured and virtually linked, created to enhance and enrich engagement on topical issues being discussed. 5. Partner states should organize regular expos at the national level in a bid to enhance their visibility as tourism destinations. 6. Partner states should collaborate in packaging and promoting tourism investment opportunities and incentives through different fora. So, regional tourism value chains should be strengthened in order to spearhead tourism benefits to the local communities and EAC citizens in general. 8. There is need for deliberate efforts by the EAC Secretariat to, in conjunction with the partner state, in involving women and the youth in tourism. 9. All the EAC partner states are rich in tourism resources and attractions, which are mainly complementary in nature, and therefore there is a need to create a synergy and collaborate in promotion of the region as a single tourism destination. 10th, partner states should be innovative and develop tourist products that protect natural ecosystems and biodiversity. 11th, it is important for EAC partner states to fast-track the process of liberalizing the airspaces and open up skies to promote tourism industry and in the region. Next steps. On 27th September 2022, the focus will be celebration of World Tourism Day 2022 under the theme Rethinking Tourism. The theme was adapted as Rethinking Tourism for Socio-Economic Development in the EAC East African Community as the theme for the second EAC Regional Tourism Expo. Familiarization trips will be organized between 27th to 29th September 2022 to various tourism destination areas as follows, according to the following. 27th September, Group 1 will reach Gishora, Gitega via Teza, while Group 2 will reach Gishora via Agasomo, Kamwaro. 28th September 2022, Chibi Gitega, Ruvubu Park, Muinga, Kirundo, Gitega, Shit Karera, Source de Nil, and Makamba. On 29th September 2022, Chibi Kirundo Lake Ozwazo, Mutwenzi, Gachohoha, Ngozi Bujumbuha, Makamba, Nyanzalak, Mugara, Rumonge, Bujumbura. This is the recapping recommendation from the second Expo. I submit, Honorable Ministers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please, Anaïs, for the rest of the program.
Merci encore une fois au secrétaire permanent, à la présidence en charge des affaires de l'EAC. Donc nous allons continuer, comme vous venez de l'inviter, avec le programme. Et cette fois-ci, je pense que c'est le tour de notre invité d'honneur, qui est le ministre sud-soudanais en charge du tourisme.
Thank you very much for allowing me in to draw my comments. To start with, we have some humble gifts as remarkable and for remembrance of these great events. There are only 3 brief humble gifts. The first would go to the head of the state. The second would go to our mighty and giant colleague, the Minister of Trade, Commerce and Tourism. And the third would go to the East African, to our big, the most powerful engine in the East African, who is our our SG, Mr. Peter. I think now we can proceed with the gift. We start with number 1. His Excellency Everest Ndesemaya, the President of this great nation.
Un prix à son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République du Burundi. Veuillez encore une fois applaudir, s'il vous plaît, Mesdames et Messieurs.
This is the designated gift for our most powerful and the chair of the current session, our minister of this blessed country.
Un prix est aussi adressé à notre ministre en charge du commerce, transport et tourisme, qui est aussi la présidente de cette session, de cette deuxième session de la East African Regional Tourism Expo.
And the last one is for His Excellency, the Secretary General for the East African Community, Dr. Peter Matuaki.
Et le dernier prix est décerné au secrétaire général de la communauté de l'Afrique de l'Est, représenté ici par M. Jean-Baptiste Afogimana.
Thank you for the brief interruption, but I will continue.
It's okay.
At the beginning, let me recognize and reflect our heartfelt thanks to the President of the Republic of Burundi, the President of this blessed nation, the President of the great people of Burundi. And let me reiterate our heartfelt thanks for him to allow us in to convene and conduct these marvelous events. Second, let me appreciate our chair, the chair of the session, the Minister of Trade, Commerce and Tourism for the great Republic of Burundi, none other than my colleague. Thank you very much. Here also you have to recognize our mighty secretariat, which is the East African Secretariat, the mighty body that made us to be operational and keeping us moving. Right now, we are just concluding the second East African events. Thank you very much for the Secretariat. Amongst us here, we have permanent secretaries, under-secretaries for the East African nations, as well as for the Burundi 15 ministries. I have to appreciate, recognize you, and say, be blessed within your multiple endeavors. Delegates from our 6 or 7 sisterly countries who have participated effectively and added very serious ingredient and made this event to succeed. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm here on behalf of our beloved country, the Republic of South Sudan, on behalf of our people, as well as on behalf of our beloved President, General Salva Kiir Mayardit. We proceeded to participate in these events with their consent and permission, and I'm here heading a very huge delegation, consists of 27 members. Would you please kindly stand up to show off to... This is the South Sudan which has participated in the just concluded. Welcome, be seated. Those are the delegates who have just committed themselves to come and participate in these events. In fact, they are representing 6 different ministries, headed by Minister of Tourism, of which I'm the head, the lead. We have the Minister of East African Community. There we have the Under Secretary. We have the Minister of Trade. We have a very powerful DG there. We have the Minister of Culture. We have the Minister of Livestock. We have the Minister of Investment. And we have 2 parastatals. We have the hotels and tour and travel agencies. All of us were here. And I think this would be the right forum for us to participate massively in such forums. And let me reiterate and give my heartfelt thanks to the Burundians, to the people of Burundi, because they have had opened their countries for us, and we never felt that we are in a foreign country since our arrival up to today. Thank you very much. In fact, we are here based on our affiliation to the East African community, as well as we have to join our hands in the designated events, because we have resolved that we should be heading towards a single market. That is our resolution. And as long as whenever there is a call for us to join, we should be there. That's why we're here. That is the first note. The second note, we thought Burundi shares a lot of similarities with South Sudan. A lot of similarities, same shared history, as well as we eye into the East African bloc, that we should be the most 2, no disadvantage, but the most 2 whoever needs to be pulled up by our big boys, our big brothers. Please, we're here on that basis, and we eye into our big brothers in the East African bloc. Please, we do expect a lot of hand pulling in this matter. In fact, we have responded to the call from our sisterly country based on our last July meeting, secretarial meeting. And we thought in this event, in this expo, every and each country will be participating in a very full profile swing. And that was our resolution for this event. And we thought my other colleagues would have joined, because the integration process necessitates us to wage a very massive process so that we comply and fulfill the notions of the integration. But it was a bit unfortunate, and I wish the Secretariat would take it up to the next session, because if we plan for the expos and we leave the host country alone to swing, that would not be a regional tourism, but it would only be, it would be preferred to be national events. As long as we call it regional tourism, we should respect and we should register our presence, because without that, we wouldn't be a bloc. This is my message to the Secretariat. Please take it with you. Back home, I'm quite sure everybody would be interested to know this is somebody who is talking. And South Sudan is well familiar, well known with a lot of insecurities, a a lot of fightings here and there. And mind you, what we have heard about South Sudan before, it is a matter of history. South Sudan now is very stable, and now we are talking about tourism, we are talking about investment opportunities, we are talking that we are proceeding, and soon even we may exceed some of the most stable countries in the region in terms of peace and stability. Within the peace implementation, we have scored a very far distance. We have went as far integrating the forces, and we are the domain of tourism. We are expecting huge forces now to be dispatched, and I'm quite sure soon everybody will like visiting South Sudan. Otherwise, I'm here on brief notes, and we should not talk more, because once we are waging this aggressive promotion and mobilization, we should talk little and work more. Thank you very much. Be blessed, and we look forward for the better opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join hands together once again for the South Sudanese Republic Minister for his nice and wonderful speech. Maintenant, alors, c'est, je dirais, le grand moment de cet après-midi, car nous allons suivre le discours circonstanciel qui va nous être délivré par Madame la ministre ayant en charge le commerce, et le tourisme et le transport. C'est aussi le discours qui va clôturer ces 3 jours d'Expo et des différents thèmes qui ont été exposés, et des différentes problématiques par rapport au tourisme qui ont été exploitées ici.
Honorable Minister of Wildlife and Tourism of the Republic of South Sudan, Mesdames et Messieurs les secrétaires permanents, Monsieur le représentant du secrétaire général de l'EAC, Mesdames et Messieurs les hauts cadres de l'État, Mesdames et Messieurs les hauts cadres du secrétariat général de l'EAC, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs des missions diplomatiques et consulaires accrédités au Burundi, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des partenaires au développement du Burundi, Mesdames et Messieurs opérateurs touristiques, acteurs et acheteurs des produits touristiques, Mesdames et Messieurs les opérateurs économiques dans le commerce et des services au Burundi et dans la communauté de l'Afrique de l'Est, Mesdames et Messieurs les professionnels des médias, distingués invités du protocole, observez, bonjour. Premièrement, je rends grâce à Dieu qui nous a bénis et nous a offert cette opportunité de nous rassembler ici au bord du lac Tanganyika, dans cette belle ville, la capitale économique du Burundi. Que son nom soit loué pour toujours. Excellences, Monsieur le Ministre, chers membres des délégations respectives, ce fut un grand honneur pour le gouvernement du Burundi d'accueillir cette 2e conférence Expo régionale du tourisme de la communauté de l'Afrique de l'Est sous le thème « Repenser le tourisme pour le développement socio-économique dans la communauté de l'Afrique de l'Est ». La première partie de cet événement, qui offrait un espace de rencontre aux participants, acheteurs et investisseurs, vient de se clôturer en beauté. C'est d'ailleurs pour cette occasion que le gouvernement du Burundi vous offrait des soirées culturelles en guise d'hospitalité et de reconnaissance pour la contribution de tout un chacun à la réussite de cet événement. Permettez-moi alors, Excellences et distingués invités, de vous transmettre les salutations de son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République du Burundi, le général-major Évariste Ndayishimiye, qui assure également la présidence de la communauté de l'Afrique de l'Est. Excellences, Monsieur le Ministre, chers membres des délégations respectives, tout protocole observé. Bien que le secteur ait été touché par la pandémie du Covid-19, il est grand temps que les pays de la communauté de l'Afrique de l'Est renforcent la promotion du tourisme régional en tant que destination unique. Et ceci doit se faire à travers l'harmonisation des politiques des stratégies ainsi que des cadres légaux pour faire la communauté de l'Afrique de l'Est une région attractive et dynamique. Durant ces 3 jours de conférences et d'expositions, nous avons pu découvrir ensemble les potentialités touristiques naturelles, physiques et culturelles qui regorgent notre région en général et nos pays en particulier. Le constat est que l'exploitation de ces potentialités nécessite des réformes, la gestion des risques et contraintes, mais également l'implication et le dynamisme de toutes les parties prenantes, surtout du secteur privé et des collectivités locales. J'espère bien qu'à l'issue de cette 2e édition de la conférence et exposition régionale sur le tourisme, vous avez eu l'occasion et l'envie vous avez donné l'envie aux visiteurs potentiels de venir visiter, apprécier et investir dans notre région à destination touristique unique. Les observations, suggestions et recommandations assorties de cet événement permettront aux pays membres de la communauté est-africaine d'adopter des politiques pouvant créer un environnement attractif d'investissement dans le secteur du tourisme. Excellences, Monsieur le Ministre, chers membres des délégations respectives, tout protocole observé. La première partie de l'événement s'achève et demain commencera la tour de familiarisation sur les différents sites du Burundi, durant laquelle sera aussi célébrée la Journée mondiale du tourisme. Sur le site du sanctuaire des tambours sacrés à Gishora, dans la capitale politique du Burundi, à Gitega. L'occasion sera offerte aux participants de voir et savourer la beauté et le paysage naturel du Burundi, mais également de visiter les offres d'investissement touristique au Burundi. Nous leur souhaitons un bon voyage et un bon retour sur Bujumbura, que le bon Dieu les protège sur tout l'itinéraire. Quant aux participants qui se préparent pour le retour dans leur pays, nous leur souhaitons un bon retour. Excellences, Monsieur le Ministre, chers membres des délégations respectives, tout protocole observé, au nom du gouvernement de la République du Burundi et en mon nom propre, je saisis cette occasion pour remercier vivement toutes les délégations ici présentes qui ont soutenu par leur présence physique la 2e édition de la conférence et exposition régionale du tourisme de la communauté est-africaine. Mes remerciements les plus particuliers s'adressent à vous, Excellences, Monsieur le Ministre en charge du tourisme de la République du Sud-Soudan, qui, malgré votre agenda chargé, vous avez tenu à l'engagement des pays partenaires de l'EAC lors de la 10e Conseil des ministres sectoriels en charge du tourisme, qui avait recommandé de porter à haut niveau les délégations des pays à la 2e conférence et exposition sur le tourisme à Bujumbura. Permettez-moi, et Monsieur le Ministre, d'acclamer la présence ici de Son Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre. Nous remercions également le secrétariat de l'EAC ainsi que la GZ pour leurs appuis multiformes. Nous remercions vivement nos partenaires et sponsors qui ont soutenu la tenue de cet événement à Bujumbura. Je ne saurais terminer sans exprimer mes remerciements aux membres de l'équipe d'organisation qui n'ont ménagé aucun effort pour marquer cet événement historique et réussi. Comme vous le savez, cet événement se déroule chaque année et à tour rotatif. J'espère bien que toutes les délégations ont pu avoir une expérience. Là où il y a des défis, ils pourront les servir de guide pour pouvoir les surmonter lors de la 3e édition. Et nous souhaitons au pays partenaire qui va organiser la 3e édition un bon succès dans les préparatifs. Then, for all those who participate and contribute to this event, our gratitude is expressed to you. Long life to East African community as a single tourism destination. God bless you all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands together once again for this wonderful speech. As we have come to the end of this afternoon, and as we have really come to the end of this Expo, there's only one way to say it. tout est bien qui finit bien, as it says in French.
Oui, oui, tout est bien qui finit bien. Nous allons encore une fois, je vais peut-être demander des applaudissements pour non seulement les ministres, toutes les personnes ici présentes qui ont été là, qui ont participé pendant les panels et tout, parce que ça nous a encouragés. On a aussi appris, Francis.
Oui,
on a assez appris. Là, on sait très bien qu'on peut participer d'une certaine façon, même dans le tourisme, d'une façon ou d'une autre. Donc, merci à toutes et à tous. Merci pour ces moments à tout le monde. Et voilà.
Thank you for all the delegations that came from Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, South Sudan, a big delegation from South Sudan. Yesterday night, the show was really amazing from this band from South Sudan. They have really demonstrated great talent, and it was really nice seeing them dancing and beating the drums, as it's one of the biggest identity for Africans. We'd like also, before we leave these premises, to remind you that the papers, the surveys that you've been fulfilling, please fill them and leave them maybe on your chairs. People that require them will be coming to take them. So, merci beaucoup encore, mesdames et messieurs. Dieu vous bénisse et excellente reste de la journée. Et encore, on souhaite à ceux qui vont faire demain le tour. Il y aura un tour pour se familiariser avec les sites touristiques du Burundi. On vous souhaite un bon amusement aussi et un bon voyage à ceux qui doivent peut-être partir dans leur pays respectif. Merci beaucoup et bon reste de la journée.
Et merci à toi, Francis, aussi.
Merci à toi aussi, Anaïs.
Avec toi.
C'était un plaisir. Est-ce qu'on peut avoir une photo de famille, s'il vous plaît? Can we have a group photo, a family photo, before the excellencies leave the podium? Please. Journalists, please, and photographers, please do your work. Organize the
Peut-être que le protocole aussi peut aider pour...
Si le protocole aussi peut assister pour la prise de la photo.
Oui,
je crois qu'on va avoir, comme ils étaient assis, les deux ministres au milieu, le représentant de l'EAC...
secrétaire général de l'EAC.
Ainsi que monsieur le secrétaire permanent du ministère en charge de la jeunesse et l'EAC au Burundi. Voilà, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Encore vos applaudissements en attendant que les excellences puissent quitter la salle. Merci beaucoup.
se n'ikindi kintu kibaye cyatuma ubukungu bw'ibihugu bihungabana ku buryo twakomeza tugakora rwose nta kibazo kibaye. Aho rero harimo guhanga ibikorwa bishya za serivisi nshyashya zo guha abakerarugendo ari abaturuka muri East Africa hagati cyangwa n'abaturuka hanze. Ibyo birimo ibya siporo, birimo ibyo guteza imbere ubukerarugendo bw'uburezi education, birimo ibyo guteza imbere ubukerarugendo bwo kugira bw'umuco tukongera za site nyinshi traditionnelle z'umuco bakazisura nk'uko tuzajya muri gusura iriya y'ingoma aho ingoma z'u Burundi mbese ziri ejo tuzajyayo turanishimye cyane tuzanazivuza mbese tuzambara umwambaro dukenyere tuvuze ingoma pe ntabwo dushobora kubaho tutabikoze. Ubwo rero hari n'ibindi bikorwa byo kugira ngo za parike zirahari, hari parike national zirahari, ariko hari uburyo bwo gukora ibindi bintu bituma bitari parike ariko conservation bishobora gutuma hongerwa ahantu henshi abakerarugendo bashobora kugenda bagasura. Ikiyaga cya Tanganyika ni cyiza, bavuga ko ari cyo kiyaga cya kabiri gifite amazi meza ku isi, amazi l'eau douce siko bavuga mu Gifaransa. Icyo kiyaga gifite n'ibinyabuzima byinshi cyane, harimo nyine aya mafi dukunda turya y'umukeke sangara n'iki, ariko gifite na plage, ahantu hashobora kuboneka plage harehare, ahantu hashobora kujya amahoteli meza, ashobora kujya kuri bici ahari ngubu ntahagije. Ikintu gishobora bagomba gukangurira abikorera ku giti cyabo muri iki gihe ni ugukora ku buryo bashyiraho amahoteli menshi ashoboka ku nkengero z'ikiyaga guhera Rumonge no gukomeza. Urabona ko kari akantu ka Rumonge n'ahandi ni heza cyane.
Abakerarugendo ubwo ntibakire ko n'abantu bigishwa kugene iyo segiteri yoba source de revenu nyinshi bakigishwa kugene tourisme professionnel iba.
Muravuga mu Kirundi ngo n'agatsinda ibidukikije bizana amafaranga menshi n'abaturage bamaze kubibona ku buryo nko muri za produit nshyashya nakubwiye hajemo iyita community service, community tourism. Hahandi dufata nka bya bintu byose twakoraga kera. Wabonye aho umumama asya amasaka ku rusyo, umuzungu yaraje aravuga ati ndashaka kubikora. Iriya ni tourism ikomeye cyane. Hanyuma ariko mu kubikora nanone tugomba kwigisha abaturage nk'uko wari ubivuze, capacity building niko babyita mu kirimi cy'icyongereza, kugira ngo abantu bamenye n'uburyo bwo gutanga izo serivisi mu buryo bwiza, kandi bagakuraho ikintu cyo sinzi ukuntu nabyita cya competition, ahubwo bagafatanya kugira ngo serivisi zabo bazigire neza, bagire standard nziza, batange serivisi nziza ziryoheye abaza kuzireba no kuzifata. Namwe murakoze cyane murantu.
Yeah!